Hello there, and welcome back to Speedrun Ragnarok 2021. I am Nihon Tiger, and I'm your host for the next little bit of time here. And we're about to get rolling with The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker Randomizer by Squibbons. How you doing, Squibbons?
Doing pretty good. I'm super nervous about this run, but we'll see how it goes.
Excellent. Yeah, these randomizers can be a little fidgety sometimes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this is a randomized version of Wind Waker for those who have seen. So it is the base game underneath, but can you tell us a little bit about what has been randomized in this version of Wind Waker?
Absolutely. So, in this particular seed, I'm going to be running what we call Season 4 race settings. Just because I actually quite prefer those settings as a player. So what that means is for this one, we've got progression items appearing in dungeons, submarines, free gift spots, puzzle secret caves, miscellaneous spots, mail spots, which is the mailbox, and island puzzles. There will be, for the race settings, there are 3 dungeons required. The other dungeons may be required only if certain requirements are met, but otherwise we only need to do 3. We do need to find all the Triforce pieces. We do need to get all the key components to defeat the endgame. So it's a basic playthrough with endgame. We're not going to be doing major glitches, so don't worry about any of the weird skips and glitches and stuff that make the screen flash. We're not doing that in this run today. This is a glitchless run for the most part. There will be some minor ones, but nothing major. The other things is that we will be running with Swift Sail on at all times. Other features that will be randomly starting somewhere in the world, so where our start is not necessarily baked in. So that's going to be interesting. And there's a bunch of other stuff. We don't need to do the boss rematches in the final part. I'll try and cover some of that when we get to it. But overall, a lot of what's randomized is the item placement itself, where we start, and the order of things that we need to do.
Awesome. And just to give people an idea about randomizers, there's a certain logic for the way that the seeds work with placing items that is kind of a puzzle in the way, sort of figuring out, okay, how do I go and which way is the optimum way to go. In race conditions, it's normally you want to kind of hit that as fast as possible because you want to be able to get from item to item to item without using up lots of extra time. So I think this is going to be a little bit more. I don't want to say casual than that because we're not racing. We're racing ourselves pretty much. But yeah, so it'll still kind of follow the same idea that there's going to be the seed's going to have a kind of a defined path that it wants you to take, but we might not really know what that is yet. So it's kind of a puzzle figuring out where we're supposed to go and what we need to do.
Absolutely. And I want to ensure people here that they know that I'm not one of the top runners, at all. So don't expect top runner ability from me on this. I'm actually relatively new to this as of July or August. So I think my times are fairly decent and my skill level is fairly okay for where I am. Oh, you can barely hear me? Hold on, I can adjust that up. How is it now? Is that a lot better or not? Hopefully better. Oh, I know what's going on. My bass, when I have my own audio settings, I have a lot of gain turned on in OBS itself. So let me crank that up a little bit for you. That should help, I hope. I didn't realize I forgot I needed to copy over my own OBS settings for that. Hopefully that's better. Cool.
Yep.
That was exactly what it was. Yeah. Yep. Sometimes you forget those little details.
Yeah, I do that all the time with restreaming stuff in OBS. I have different games have different audio levels, and I'll leave one turned down and no one can hear anything.
So I guess we're about ready to go. I don't want to delay it any further.
Absolutely.
Just as one extra note, I chose 4 hours and 30 minutes because that's about the average time of my runs. I'm hoping I can nail it, but as it's a randomizer, we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I guess we'll count down, and I'll just click the start button and keep going. So 5,
Alright.
4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. I think I started the timer properly. Yes.
Yep. There we go.
All right.
And our grand adventure is off.
Tell me if you hear double noise from the game as well, because I'm running through my speakers for myself to be able to hear the game, but I'm trying to keep it pretty quiet. But it may double up, so I can adjust it if people hear it. Yeah, that's pretty loud, actually. Adjust that down. Alright, so the first thing is we need to identify where we want to go. So my first instinct is I'm just going to go to Mother and Child Island and get the item there that's free. So basically what we do is there's a pretty large open world at the beginning. We can go a lot of locations. We do start with the Swift Sail and the Wind Waker, so we don't have to go find it. We will need to find some of the songs, but not all of them. So we start with a teleporting song, which is super great. Alright, just a rupee at Mother and Child Island. We'll go straight to... oops. Not what I want to do. We will go straight to Windfall Island and start our checks there. There's several checks we can do at Windfall. If you've ever played Wind Waker, you probably know Windfall Island. It's one of the core starting spots.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's one of the places, in fact, I think it is one of the earliest places you go in the game. It's been so long since I've played the base game all the way through, though. I've been playing Randomizer so much on it that I don't actually remember the real path through this game.
I find that happens a lot because I commentate for a different randomizer, for a Link to the Past randomizer, and I tend to forget how the vanilla game goes sometimes because your brain just kind of gets so used to the way the randomizer works that it's just like, oh yeah, that's not how that's supposed to be.
So I'm not going to be going super efficiently here. I don't know why I got those monies, actually. I just realized we got 200 at the beginning. A little nervous, I think. Like, is probably more likely. Making silly mistakes. As I get into the run and start relaxing, though, it'll be fine. So this person wants us to play the song that changes the daytime. Oops. Let me do that. And that will get us an item, which is one of the Triforce shards. So we need eight Triforce pieces to beat the game. We can't actually enter the final dungeon without them, so we definitely need those. So that's one of our checks at Windfall. I'm rolling a lot because it is faster. I mean, that's general speedrun tech, I guess, you see in a lot of games. Like, I'm playing as Goth Zelda because it's my favorite model. And I'm really familiar with the collision and the basically just a lot of the features of the character because that actually does play into this game. Ooh, an empty bottle. That means we can get fairies. Oh, that's good. So an empty bottle lets us get fairies, but that also lets us save the grandma, our grandma, technically. And we can get an item for that. So that's a good thing to get. Just a piece of heart.
Yep, so I guess I can mention we're kind of seeing these items that seem like they're out of place where they would normally be, and that's what the randomizer does. It has gone through and placed all the items in mostly different locations. I'm sure we might have one or two that are in their vanilla locations.
Highly likely.
Yeah, especially with the way that these things work. So yeah, we're just kind of getting. I think we're just kind of getting what we can right now, what's available, and seeing what that opens up.
Absolutely. So this is Tingle. I think everybody is very familiar with Tingle. Very notorious in the franchise. Yes. They will give us 2 items actually here, which is really good.
I was gonna say people either love Tingle or hate Tingle, so don't know what side of the fence everybody's on, but I know everyone's got an opinion on Tingle.
I am. They kind of disturb me, I think.
I can understand that. I don't blame anyone who feels that way.
I got a Tingle statue. So if we get 5 Tingle statues, we get an item. So
Nice.
that is one collection quest we will be kind of doing. It's not really a quest though, it's so much they will just be kind of scattered throughout the world. So this is a maze. There's a lot of trap doors that if you enter the wrong tunnel, you will fall down the trap door. Link is actually small enough to be able to see the side tunnels and see which ones the trapdoors are on. However, Zelda's skirt is too large to be able to see the tunnel traps. So you basically just need to, if you're playing with a model like this, memorize where the traps are, or you will not make it through.
Yep, just saw one there actually on the left. So kind of pokes out there a little bit.
So that's a spoil. We won't need that. I'll describe those as we go. I'm going to take the trap out though, because it is fairly quick. So we can't see it here, but once I go on it, you'll see it. So yes, we don't have... Spoils are not part of the run for us. Normally we would have a spoil bag, and you could collect like 20 feathers or belts or other things and give them to certain characters for items. But that will not be part of this run. You're also on the fence of Tingle. Yeah, I feel like that's where I am. I'm really on the fence with Tingle. I'm not sure exactly how I feel. Alright, so I'm going to go to Choo Choo Island. There's three nice things here. One is we can check with Beetle for the shop item. 2 is we can check Salvage Corp for the Salvage Corp item. And then 3, we can actually check the island itself for the island items. And yeah, since we're not glitching, we're actually sailing across the world, so you'll see a lot of this. But it's not so bad. It actually goes fairly quick. I actually find it quite relaxing, to be honest.
It seems like it's a very chill randomizer run compared to some of the other ones that I've seen where it's very fast-paced. This is like, hey, you got a moment to kind of relax and think as you're boating across the ocean.
I feel like it is that way. It's not if you glitch it, though. Glitching does let you teleport basically between islands very rapidly.
Is Super Swim actually used in the glitching versions of these runs?
Yes, absolutely.
That can be quite frantic. I've seen that many times before.
I'm avoiding that because it can make me motion sick, so I go with the non-Super Swim version. Ooh, hook shot. Now that is a really good item. So this is the crew. Bye. Just go around them. There we go. No, alright. Don't. Yeah, Tingle, I believe, has a bunch of... They were kind of really popular in Japan, as far as I remember.
Yeah,
But I could be wrong about that. We have Japanese restreamers who could definitely correct us on that side.
Yeah, there's at least 2, and I've seen them speedrun before. They're very interesting games.
Alright, so first thing is we'll get the free item here, and then I will do a minor glitch to get another item here. Ooh, Wind God Aria. Okay, so we have these songs that let us do different things in the game. We start with 3 of them. So we started with the day change song, the day-night song. We started with the one that lets us control the wind, and we started with the one that lets us warp around the world. There are 3 other songs to select. The Wind God Aria lets us open certain doors in the Earth Temple, oddly enough, even though it's called the Wind God's Aria. Alright, so, oh wait, there's another item I could have gotten there. I can glitch one, so I'm going to go for that. I don't know why it came out. Get in there, thank you. Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land was one of them. Alright, so there is an extra thing we can do here. Which I'm going to do. that lets us clip through the wall and get this, which was nothing. So we'll save here and back out. Normally we need a bomb to blow that rock up, but there's a little spot on the wall that you can use to settle, and that effectively lets you clip on top of the wall and jump over the rock. Alright, so I'm gonna go straight over here to the next island. Be Dragon Roost. So I got the Salvage Corp. And we got Beetle Shop. Oh yeah, also yes, Siddle is a real word. Yeah, it's the action where the character like flattens themselves against the wall and they move side to side. This actually game has a lot of really cool, just base movement. It was a lot of little actions and motions in the game. I love the face of the character too in a lot of them. We'll get to see it oftentimes. They make very full expressions. Like that, I butchered this sentence.
They're very, I don't want to say colorful, but they're like very exuberant. There's a lot to them. There's vibrancy. There we go. Vibrant expressions.
That is an accurate description. Expressive expressions. Oh wow, we've gotten a lot of heart pieces, which is actually really good, because that's pretty rare for my runs. Typically I end up beating the game with like 3 or 4 hearts total, so having a little bit of safety as we go towards the end, I don't mind. I don't think there's really anything else I can get here, so I'll just back out and go to the next place.
Excellent.
I'm wondering if these 2 parts up here are kind of slow, so I'm going to take a detour. We're going to get a ferry, and then we're going to go do some southern islands where we can save Grandma and get some extra items.
Sounds cool. Do we have time to do a quick donation?
Go for it.
All right. We have a $20 donation from Phoenix4, who says, "May the winds be kind to you." And we've also got $8 from Organ Mike, who was just a runner in the Ultima 3 run. 8 minutes over, $8 in. Thank you for a beautiful time. I loved helping out. You're all wonderful. Let's do it again. Well, thank you so much, everybody.
Yeah, thank you, both of you. I know both Phoenix4 and Organ Mike through the Ultima running community, because I help run the Ultima speedrunning Discord, actually. So I know them quite well.
Very cool.
Alright, so I'm going to do a little trick here where we can get this is called Isle of Steel. And normally you can't get in here this early without bombs. You would normally get bombs and then use that to blow the ships up that's blocking the door. Turns out, though, that they're pretty good at doing that themselves. So if we just cruise against this, we can get the other ships to target it and blow it up for us. Just like that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's always easier to let the enemies do it for you.
Particularly the fastest method. It does work. One more hit, it looks like, I think. Oh, they're just shooting all over the place. Come on.
Yeah, there's one in the back there. It looks like it's like fixated on trying to choose which one it wants to shoot at.
Occasionally it's firing. It's not firing now. Let's see if I can move and get it too. Come on, little buddy. You got this. Not me. Hit the ship. Hit this one. Oh no, the bird! There we go.
There we go.
Brilliant. They sniped the bird. So this just lets us get this item early, which is kind of nice. This one requires, this symbol here basically tells us that we need to play the wind song, which we'll be doing here. We would have learned the wind song at that little stone earlier when we had to play it in front of the stone. That's where we would have learned how to play it in the base game. It's another Triforce piece.
Yay!
Finding these early. I'm not used to finding these early. Normally those come later. Alright. And out we go. Or not. Some caves you can sail in, others you cannot. Whee. And I will just be sailing this way. This is one of the sailing spots that doesn't get super exciting. It's that block of land in the front of us. Also, there's an interesting note about this game. It doesn't have music at night. It goes really silent.
That's really interesting. It's kind of almost unnerving in a sense. You're sailing around at night and there's no music and you're just like, okay, something bad's gonna happen.
It's kind of very... Yeah, exactly. It has like a very... It's effective at making it feel a little spooky, especially when the ghost ship is out and about. If you've never seen that, it's a... In the base game, I remember playing this when it came out, and the ghost ship was really cool seeing it, like, you know, because you didn't know how to get into it, how to interact with it. Oh, why am I sailing too far? There we go. If you sail too far, just press any button that uses an item and you will instantly stop. It is much more effective and faster than pressing the stop button. So this is what the hookshot does. It lets us do hookshotty stuff. This is one of my favorite items in, I think, the Zelda series in general, both in Zelda 3 and in this game. I just love the hookshot. For no particular reason. So this is sort of a maze of pots. You jump in a pot and it'll warp you to some other room, and then you have to find the next pot that you're supposed to jump through and warp to you. I don't know how I'm going to handle this though. I would like to. Can I not grab that? Oh. Yeah, these things are a pain because... Oops, that is not what I wanted to do. Alright, no. I need to get behind it. That's fine, it'll put me... We're right at the beginning. This is actually a very hard one to do without any weapons. And that's the thing, we don't start with a sword. So... Right now we are going to be doing some very creative gameplay to sort out how we get around. Okay, I need to set this on fire. And then, if I'm really good, I can throw it back there. Yes, okay. Perfect. Nice, alright. So let's look at this, the first chest. The other one is a spoils bag, that's no good. So that gives us literally no checks, because that's just an extra item that we do not need in this run. See if they'll throw the, I want them to throw the one with the sticks at me. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. No! No!
No!
It's all good. We already unlocked the shortcut to this room, so it's not a big deal.
That's good, then.
Yeah, so we're going to be swordless until we find a sword. Which does make a lot of this opening part quite challenging. And we have to find creative ways to defeat or get past a lot of enemies that would normally be pretty easy.
Yeah, that's the thing with randomizers. They don't always take into account what you have and don't have sometimes. So you're just situations like this. You're just kind of like, well, I got to make the best of it. So.
All right. So they ran back there. I think I can throw that back there and roll. Perfect. That's the last difficult one we have to deal with. The rest of this is going to be fairly simple. So basically, once we get past that one, it's golden. What are you doing, Squibbs? No! Oh no, I just made this harder for myself for no reason. Okay. So like I said, this is like a pot maze. Different ones will take you different places, and this is the shortest path. There's a better pathing if you have certain items. You can skip around quicker. Wow, there's nothing in here. Okay. So a spoils bag and some money we can't use. That super special rupee we just saw there, that was super glowy. That's what you would normally get for turning in these statues to tingle.
Yep. Looks like it's worth 500 rupees. So that's quite a haul. Except of course we can't really use it at this point. So it's kind of like having no rupees.
I have no wallet, so it does me no good. Alright, we're gonna go to where the game starts in the official game.
Right, finally, gonna start Wind Waker after 21 minutes. There we go.
we will begin the game. Coming here at night is kind of nice because there is one check we can do at night. There is a skip to do it otherwise, but considering it's night, I'm gonna go ahead and do it without needing to skip. Wallet on pedestal. Hopefully we don't need the wallet. However, there is one mail item that costs 201 rupees, of course. So if that is in the requirements, then we will need the wallet. There are 2 official checks I can do here, and one, well, 3 actually now with Grandma, and one unofficial check, which I may try for that one. Briefly. Ooh, delivery bag. So, much like the spoils bag I mentioned earlier, that lets us collect and do things with spoils, the delivery bag lets us collect and do things with letters. So you can collect the letters before the delivery bag, but you can't use them until you have the delivery bag. This will let us interact with the mailbox for particular items. It is not required for all mailbox interactions, but it will now allow us to send mail, which is the more important aspect of it.
Yep, we just had a question in chat real quick, which was, does Rando still have the Tingle map deciphering?
There is an option for that. We are not playing with that today.
Gotcha.
So we are not. That is will take a long time, so we're not playing with that. And there's our rupee bag.
Hooray! We could have used it a moment ago, but nonetheless, it's here.
So I'm going to go talk to Grandma, who never sleeps, apparently. Or always sleeps. One or the other. It always sits in the same exact spot. And we'll see what she has for us. Hello, wallet. Yeah. Too bad we did things in the wrong order because, well, we don't know what order they're supposed to be done in. It's the beauty of Randomizer. Alright. This always makes me nervous because you just use the fairy as you normally would. But if you're close enough to Grandma, the fairy will heal Grandma. Maybe she'll have something good for us. So, she always gives us soup, which is great. That will just fill up the empty bottle we just had. And soup basically restores all our health and mana, and we'll probably use it in the final battle if something really bad doesn't happen along the way. It's a really good safety item, so it's super great to have early on. And there's some mail. What do we get? This is the bomb. No, Rock Spire Island. All right. And it's another Tingle statue. That is, well, I believe 3 Tingle statues now, right? Yes.
I believe so, yes.
All right. That is an interesting item to get. I think I'm going to wait here until morning and see if we get the grandma item. Oops. I think it might take 2 days for her mail to come, but otherwise there's another check I can do here. It's blind. I don't actually know many people who run the game, so it's pretty blind. I generally haven't had problems though with the seeds, so it's not. I'm not too worried about it. Oh yeah, pressing the. Just try this a couple times, and if it doesn't work, we'll bounce out. What I'm trying to do here is there's a clip you can do through this wall to skip needing the bomb later, which is quite nice to do. But if not, I'm not great at these skips yet. I'll give it a 60 seconds of trying, and if I can't get it, I can't get it. There we go. Alright. So basically this just skips needing to do the bomb section behind Wind or Outset Island. And here we go. What do we have here? It's just a treasure chart. So far, all my cool tricks have not panned out at all. Like, it's like, hey, cool, look at this cool trick. Nope. We can't exit here because it will put us in the whirlpool, so I need to save and reload.
Indeed. And do have a donation here real quick. Actually, speaking of our earlier donations all being Ultima runners, we have another $20 donation from Cloudy Shoe saying Ultima runners are donating. Guess I have to as well. Look, Squibbs.
Thank you, thank you. A lot of Ultima runners in this marathon, I guess. So yeah, I'll be doing Ultima 7 myself tomorrow, and then Ultima 6 with Cloudy Shoe in a co-op run on Saturday, I believe. For this series, I think I run Zelda 1, 2, 3, Ocarina of Time, Wind Waker. Might be all of them? Might be all the ones I run for the series. And I think I've done randomizers of all of those. Alright, so we're going to Angular Island. There's one check there. There's not a lot of really good stuff we can do right now. At this point, it is sailing to very obscure tiny spots. It looks like on... I am using a map tracker on the side to allow me to... There's so many open world spots, it's kind of nice to be able to click on things and say, I've checked that, I've checked that, I've checked that. And looking at this, it's maybe 6 spots that we can... 6 to 9. We may get Boat Song. We may indeed. We got some Boat Song right now. Some of my favorite Boat Song. I love... I really just love the music in this game. I actually really like the sounds, the graphics. It's a very cute and chill game to me. It makes me very happy. Up. Are the Zelda CDI games the only ones without randos now? That's interesting, I don't know. Oh, they have randos too. Well, never mind. Alright, let's see what's up here. It's a bow! Alright, that unlocks some new spots. That's pretty good. The bow always makes me think of one particular spot that actually can be quite difficult to do, but can be rewarding, which is a submarine called flight control. So I almost want to do that, but I'm going to go check this other place first. So yeah, the bow lets us basically start killing things, but we will need arrows. So we'll see how that goes. I kind of still want to check some of these other locations I had before. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. Sometimes you just, when you're doing rando, you get gut feelings on, like, maybe I should go here instead of there.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like sometimes in rando, your gut feeling can be it can be a good play, and sometimes it can just lead you astray.
Absolutely.
When you're in a race.
Yeah, definitely. And for me, it's very much a, you know, sometimes when you play enough, you kind of feel out the logic for things. So, for one thing I know about this randomizer, it is actually pretty notorious for, if you find an item, it likely is the thing you need to go do now. Use that to go to the next thing. Like, not always the case, as we saw with the hook shot. But it definitely can help guide you in the right path.
Right. Because sometimes the logic is like, hey, I gave you this hook shot to go do this, not the obvious thing. I wanted you to do this incredibly difficult hook shot chain.
Absolutely. But then you also may just get unlucky that it was actually just in some normal spot somewhere.
Right. Yeah, exactly. It was like, it's just there, you know, it was there the whole time. You didn't even have to do anything.
Alright. This one is cool because we don't have to actually fight anything in it. Which, it's just got this interesting rope puzzle. The first time I played this was extremely hard. I probably spent like 20 or 30 minutes just missing these jumps over and over again for no reason. It's really not that difficult, but there's something about it that makes it feel difficult.
I think as the ropes are kind of moving, so you get this idea that you have to like time it precisely to be able to get there. Because
Yeah,
the bottom of the rope by the lantern swings much more on the top of the rope where you're aiming.
yeah, that is probably part of it. That they're all moving, so it makes you question where you're targeting.
Exactly.
And nothing here. All right, so gut instinct on this is not panning out so far. Like, that's not super great. Let's keep going this way. And next, there's 2 more checks over here. Oh yeah, so our 3 temples that we need to complete today are going to be Dragon Roost, Tower of the Gods, and Forest Haven. You see these blue symbols around them? That will tell us which ones from the randomizer has been selected. That is on by default, so we do not need to guess which places we will have to go. That does not necessarily mean that things like Forsaken Fortress or Earth Temple are out, though, or even Wind Temple, because those may have checks that are required if they're locked behind a mail item or something. There will be no items in those dungeons, but there may be items locked by those dungeons through progression. It's kind of a weird thing. So yeah, the randomizer for the race settings we're using Season 4 race settings. It selects 3 of the dungeons at random to have us beat. Mostly because they find that, like, if you have to do all the dungeons in this, it's quite long. So it just saves a lot of time. So basically, just part of the randomizer, it randomly selects 3 dungeons, and those will be the 3 that we have to complete. The other 3 will not have any progression items in them. And the grapple hook, which gets us some extra checks as well. So that's good. It's interesting this game has both the grapple hook and the hook shot. So the hook shot basically lets you shoot straight across and connect to things in a straight line, whereas the grapple hook lets you sort of swing from these posts that we'll find occasionally in the world.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like they wanted... I don't know about how they developed it, but it kind of sounds like they wanted to give them the hook shot, but not give them the hook shot at the beginning, so the grapple hook's kind of there as like a, hey, you can kind of swing on things and explore.
I don't think I can do this one yet. But I have. Not with no way I can do this with just the bow. I'm not gonna have enough arrows for this. We'll try it. There's no way. We'll give it a go. Yeah, I'm gonna run out of arrows before it.
Yeah, well, yeah, there's a lot of them that just keep popping up there.
Well. Oh, I got some more arrows. Good. Alright, we made it. We actually did it. I'm a little shocked. Oh, right. We haven't gotten up there yet, so I shouldn't be celebrating just yet, I guess. Go ahead and get this. See if we can get some extra arrows, which we did. Nice. And power bracelets.
Nice.
That will let
That's
us
gonna be a good find.
lift heavy things and gives me my favorite check in the game. The pig throw.
Ooh, pig throw.
Maybe we need a second item for that. We need the bait bag as well before we can do pig throw.
I like that the enemies are just kind of all over the place now. It's just like, yeah, we're just gonna hang around up on the ceiling and walls and
Yeah,
stuff where we shouldn't
just
be.
all over the place for no reason. My cat is here, but this is a okay time for the cat to show up. So I'm getting her in my lap right now so that she can calm down.
Aw.
It's kind of a nice run to have a cat with because there are already sailing sequences. So I'm going back here because we can do one more check here and then go past to another spot that could have some good items that's also blocked by the bow. So I'm kind of looking for bows blocked spots right now, just to see if we can get something better than a bow, like perhaps a sword or a hammer even. I'll take that. Can you pet the cat in Wind Waker Randomizer? Well, you're going to pet a cat while playing Wind Waker Randomizer for certain. Those are doable. All right. Oh, that was way too low, Squibbs. What are you doing? There we go. What did we get? And oh, there it is. That's why we follow the logic, if we can. So we got a sword.
Yee. That's gonna make things a lot easier from here on out.
That will help tremendously. I'm gonna go to the next. I'm gonna go to flight control. This one is going to be somewhat tricky, but with the hook shot, I think we can kill everything in here, even if we run out of arrows. So, should be a fairly safe one to do. Let's probably my least favorite one. So it's nice to get it out of the way too, so I don't have to worry about it anymore. I don't think these actually have official names. I could be wrong. There's just a lot of names that people have given them. So this may actually have. So this one has the interesting effect of needing to kill these flying wizards, which sometimes spawn at ground level, which is nice. We'll do, I think it's 3 rounds of these, but we get some other enemies thrown in the middle once we start killing them. Like these things. And now they're up there. So. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? So this messes up our Z targeting, which is no fun. Where'd you go? Oh my gosh.
He's taking advantage of the chaos.
I got him. Next. What was the next one? We got it. And there's one more. That's not gonna be. I'm not gonna hit that one. Got it. I think. Yeah, alright, cool. Whew. Let's see what does this one hold? It's probably gonna be like a spoil. Get a necklace or a feather. Some rupees. Oh, boomerang.
Anything. Oh,
I'll take that.
Yeah, that's helpful. That's helpful. I'll probably open up some stuff.
We said, didn't we say that was Forbidden Fortress one of the, or the Forbidden Woods one of the 3? I have to check the map again. I think Forbidden Woods may have been one of the 3.
I think it was, yes.
If it is, that was required to beat that one, so... Yes! We have progression items. Alright, then I'm gonna mark this off my tracker. I'm gonna go right back over here. I need to track one other thing here. So I need to look at what we can and can't do now, because we may be able to do entire dungeons, and I like to try and clear them out as soon as I can. So yes, we can do Dragon Roost. So I'm going to go directly into Dragon Roost and try and clear it. So since we're right here. Dragon Roost is one of the earliest dungeons in the game, so it doesn't really have high requirements. It's no surprise that we'd be able to get in there fairly early. Grandma's letter is bouncing around up there for us. So, but the first things first is we actually have to get to the dungeon. There's the expression face. That's the faces I'm talking about right there.
I always like the one where when they're kind of sliding along the ledge there and they just have this look where like looking left and right, like
oh yeah,
very,
super sly looking.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of my favorites. This character doesn't have as expressionable a face for the Siddle, unfortunately. Link has the best. But I guess the camera's gonna pull way up on this one too. The fixed cameras for a lot of these. So don't drop it here. That's Grandma's letter, I'm fairly certain. Don't believe it's someone else's letter. Yep. So what did Grandma give us? Just some rupees. Oh, not a Grandma seat today. Oh, yes, so for characters, we can actually play as a lot of characters in this randomizer. There's a lot to choose from. Obviously, I'm playing as Zelda today, but you can, and the coloring is all customizable. You can choose colors down to like, you can choose like the necklaces and belts here is separate, the hair is separate. Like, there's a lot of customization. on
That's
them.
really cool.
A lot of the characters in the game you can even play as grandma. So like there are a lot of characters in the game that are options. I would have really liked to find the Deku Leaf before I went in here, but you know, that does make life easier in here, but we'll take it as it is. Deku Leaf actually makes this a lot easier. I missed. Alright. Oh! Absolutely missed again. As a reminder, I did never claim to be a top runner for this. Just enjoy the game and feel like I'm okay enough to play it and explain it. But this is not one of my best moments.
Well, it's pretty hard. You gotta play basketball here, so it's
With
a little difficult. Exploding basketball.
With almost no depth perception, because there's very
Yes.
little actual depth perception in this sequence. Oh my gosh, it keeps going right over the edge.
Clank.
like, come on. There we go. Doo-doo-doo. Basically, if we would have found Deku Leaf in the overworld somewhere, it lets us skip a lot of content in the game. So it's typically a really nice early find, but for all we know, we'll find it near the end of the game. Well, we can't find it too far in. We will need it for one of the dungeons. Why am I? Oh, yes. Almost forgot. I need to light the torches. I mean, it's a very clear thing to do. So this actually is going to be a fairly straight vanilla play of this dungeon for the most part. There's going to be very few real skips in this dungeon. Mostly because we don't have a lot of items that let us do a lot of skips. I typically like to go into dungeons as early as possible though, just due to the fact that you never know if... I mean, they're kind of required to beat the game, and as soon as you can kind of get access to them, it feels like it's pretty important to clear them out of however you can. We know that the boss is guaranteed to have an item. That is part of the randomizer. So the boss is guaranteed to have a progression item. It may just be a Triforce piece. It's often just a Triforce piece. But it's not guaranteed to be a Triforce piece. Oh, these pots, there are new pots added to each of the dungeons that lets you quick warp between the dungeons. That's an interesting new feature of the randomizer.
That is actually pretty cool.
You have to unlock them first, so it's not like we can quick warp to other dungeons yet. We would need to go to those dungeons and unlock them.
I guess that makes sense though, with the amount of sailing you would otherwise have to do between dungeons, especially if you found one item in one dungeon. You're like, oh, okay, this unlocks that. Now I got to go out and go all the way back and sail across the world. So yeah, that seems like that would save a decent amount of time.
Absolutely, and it's kind of tedious for a lot of people, right? It's not like it's tedium time.
Yeah.
So this is a part that's really interesting. This sword has the ability to break these walls, even though a hammer cannot break those walls. So if you have a hammer, you can't break those walls, and it makes it feel like, oh, I can't go through there in the randomizer. But you absolutely can. You just need the sword from the other character. Or fire. Fire will burn the walls too. Alright, we have 3 keys. I can just shoot these. So Dragon Roost, like I said, is one of the earliest dungeons you have to go in the game. This is where you get the grapple hook in the base game. I don't remember exactly what items you have when you come in here. It's very few items at this point. Oh, I'm gonna do that. Don't do that yet. We need the fire stick first. So, first things first, before we go, the side route. See, the game would not, by the time we would normally get here, you wouldn't have the grapple hook, so we would not have almost accidentally sequence broke this. But also, we didn't have fire anyway, so we didn't have it unlocked. There's going to be a lot of keys at the beginning of this, usually just a bunch of keys. So, and that's all the keys, actually, I believe, in this dungeon. There's only 4, plus the big key, so. I already have all the keys, which is pretty interesting. Yeah, what is this, Zelda 2? All keys. Absolute absurdity. I should jump past this one. Whee. That is a pain mob to fight because they stand at the end of the bridge, and if you attack with your sword, it will cut the ropes, which makes the bridge fall. Which is an unpleasant experience if you're relatively... if you're not expecting it.
Yeah, it's one of those little tricks where it's definitely the developers are like, hey, we're going to teach player how to do this, so we're going to put a trap in there, so when they try to do the default way, it makes them make a mistake, and hopefully they learn.
Yeah, it very much feels that way. And this game, I suppose a lot of these type of games had that for a lot of the design in them. This is one of those games, I know it's sort of a lot of people kind of loved or hated this game when it came out. A lot of people really didn't like the sailing around aspects. Some people didn't really like the, why are you not climbing up? Come on, up. Why are you not? Thank you. Like, a lot of people didn't like the cutesy graphics. There were a lot of people who loved the game, though, so.
Yeah, I think it's one of those games that as time has gone on and as Wind Waker's gotten older, there's a lot more people that like this game now. There was like you said, Squibbs, a lot of people did not, I especially remember this, a lot of people did not like the cell shading. They were like aghast. It was like, this is Zelda, you can't do this. And I feel like now it's almost kind of it's an aesthetic that people really appreciate, and like, oh, this looks great. It's a wonderful looking game and all that, and it's really just such a difference in discourse between the time of release and now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And one of the things I mean, I loved this game when it came out. I'm a huge fan of this game. It's in my top 3 Zeldas. Oh, there's an item we were never going to use, the Tingle Tuner. But for me, the graphics really hold up. I feel like they stay pretty modern. Like, they don't feel out of date.
Mm-hmm. I would agree. I think the cell shading goes a long way in that. And I think part of it too is the fact that we just had Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask back to back. So we had kind of that new age, almost in a way grittier Zelda, and people were expecting that, and they got Wind Waker, which is very much aesthetically different than that, and people were just like, this is not a Zelda game.
That's a very accurate, I feel like that's pretty accurate. Alright, we got the rat room items, we got the bird nest item. So we're just kind of moving through this dungeon as you normally would. There's not a lot of skipping or anything going on here, so it's a fairly straightforward play at the moment. It's another heart piece, which gives us 4. Yes, okay, cool. I was like, I think that gives us 4 heart pieces, and it did. Now we have extra health.
Indeed.
Oh, wait.
You get a nice little refill on the health that you were missing.
Almost. This is out of view when you come in this room, so we almost missed it.
Oh.
Very useful for later in the dungeon. So this is a room where you need to basically fight through these Bobokins. Kind of part of the game is find them, but they're always in the same spots. The spots are not randomized. Oh, I thought I killed you. I did not. But the problem is, even though they're not randomized, I'll probably forget where they're at. Like, it's one of these pots, but I don't remember which one there is. Like, these aren't randomized. I should have just said they were randomized so nobody thought that I was being really bad at the game.
Nobody would know any better. Yeah, they're totally randomized. They change every time. Wink.
Oh, this dungeon has a lot of the fire puzzles. So there's a lot of using the torch. I think it's one of the first places that you're kind of introduced to this mechanic. I think it is the first place you're introduced to this mechanic. It's another Triforce piece. We have 4. No, 3.
Wow.
3 already.
Yeah, we got 3 because we need 5 more.
So looking pretty good there. So far there hasn't been any super nastiness from the randomizer yet. We don't know exactly how it will play out though. But
right.
It hasn't been particularly bad yet.
Right, and as a Link to the Past rando commentator, I kind of have this saying that if the game is really nice to you early on, you have to be kind of keep an eye out because it tends to mean that it'll get nasty later on. So hopefully not in this case, but it's always something to keep in the back of your mind. If you're getting a bunch of good stuff at the start, there's only a certain amount of things and the rest is junk, so you're going to start running into the junk eventually.
Yeah, and if you get a lot of unlocks early on, it makes it hard to know where to go next.
Exactly.
That's a really tricky part, because it's like, oh, I have all these things, but where do I go?
Right, the fastest seeds actually tend to be the most linear ones, from my experience.
Yeah, absolutely.
Basically, the ones that don't give you much choice where to go. Oh, no.
Jumped right into the lava. Yeah, the lava insta-kills you. Well, it doesn't kill you, it just teleports you back to the room and takes...
Right.
Well, it looks like 1/4 heart, but... we do have the grapple hook, so... Can I get the other 2 items here? Let's go ahead and do that. Normally we would get the grapple hook shortly after visiting this room. We'll see it very shortly. So, that's the compass. This basically tells us where the chests are on the map, which is very useful in certain dungeons. This particular one, it's not ultra useful, but... No. Yeah, the lava is quite often an insta-kill. When we were playing Zelda 2 last night, that was very clearly the case. There are lots of instances where it is definitely an insta-kill in Zelda 2. So behind us, the staircase is falling away. It sort of leads up to the penultimate boss battle in this. Which feels like it's kind of a mini-boss, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
We get to fight the... Where'd your sword go, buddy? The sword has been yeeted into existence, or non-existence. Alright, cool. We only have to kill those 3, and then once we've done that... we have access to the chest. This is normally where the grapple hook is. And currently it's where the map resides.
Yay, just what we need. getting almost all the way to the top, and there's the map. So you can get all the way back down, apparently, in case you forgot.
All the way back down. And this is where having the deck relief would save us so much time, because we wouldn't need to do any of these jumps. We could just fly back down, which is super useful. But we have had no such luck on the seed. I'm just checking my tracker to make sure I've marked the right chest. I don't want to mark a chest we haven't actually checked.
Mm-hmm.
That would be very sad times. I've done it before.
Off, yeah.
It's the worst too when you like, oh, I checked that, and then you didn't.
You get stuck and you realize you probably have missed the chest. You probably have marked the chest incorrectly somewhere, and you're just like, great, now I have to think about everything I've checked and haven't checked.
Yeah. Normally that's not so bad, but when you get nerves for a marathon, it feels like it can be pretty, it probably could be pretty bad.
Oh yeah.
Alright, so this is kind of an interesting one when you're up here. For us, we can just cut the bridge. So we are going to use that to our advantage. We can't cut it, right? Well, or not. No! Again, this is where the leaf makes a huge difference on this one. I think we can just jump off, though, so... I almost always do this with, No! Bleh! How many are custom models and how many existing in-game models apply to the regular hero rig? Are you talking about for this game? Oh, no! Alright, well that worked. Cool. Look at that! Speed tech, I totally meant that.
Great! Hey, it was a big key.
And we needed it, so good. Oops. So this is a full... Wow, no! We have to do a full spin, 360, to take all of these out. But you can't hold your sword down to do that. Oh, never mind. What am I talking about? Squibbs? I'm making stuff up at this point. You can't do the thing. Totally can do the thing. I don't know why I thought I couldn't. For some reason, I thought it required a sword upgrade, but I should know better because I use it all the time. I'll just blame it on nerves. It's easy to forget things. Alright, so this is the big key chest we're moving towards now. Even though we already have the big key, this is one of the final chests we need to check. And then we can go kill the boss. And we'll be done with our first dungeon, which is pretty exciting. Thank you for the good lucks, by the way. Always appreciate it. Definitely need it, especially for randomizers. I love the animation of holding the grapple hook. It's probably my second favorite item in this game. Oh yeah, what am I doing? I need to, So you can, one of the mechanics you kind of learn here is that you can hit these and turn them into these little rocks. And then you can place them on switches to unlock chests. We will be doing this a couple more times in the run if there are certain location checks required. Ooh, the hammer. Skull hammer is super useful. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Oh, you're fine.
Yeah, so the skull hammer is basically lets us get past certain pegs, but it also does a lot of damage to certain enemies, so it can be quite useful for that. don't think it's required for any of the dungeons we're doing. Well, that's not true. It is required for Tower of the Gods, because I believe that was on the list, so. It would normally be required for the Forsaken Fortress dungeon. I think I can go back this way. We'll see. Yes, I'm good. Wait, there it is. Gotta take the risky route. Wait, what am I doing? This is not what. I think I took the wrong path because this is where I would normally go if I was, yeah. So I would normally want to get to that pot there for Deku Leaf runs, but we're not doing that right now, so I think I can just jump off though. No, yeah, maybe. Oh, no, got caught by fire.
Aww. So while we're figuring this out, we do have a $3 donation from Alakabra for the Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu Bid War for the player name of Ash. So thank you very much. And that's just a good reminder that coming up after this run, we do have Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu being run by Leggy Starscream. And we do have bid wars for the player name, the rival name, and the name of the Starmie that we're going to be having in that game. 12 characters each maximum for the names, but if you got a name that you're really wanting to name the player character, the rival character, or something really witty with Starmie, go ahead and get those donations in over the course of the randomizer run.
Oh yeah, that's I do believe I just want to go back over there. I just realized that, like, I've never actually done this path this way. Probably would have been faster for me to just save and quit, to be honest. There's a pot right at the start. It would have saved me a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
Alright, so we'll just go back out here and loop around. Oh, I can't go back out here. Yep, I'm going to save and quit. I'm going to save myself the headache, and all of you the headache, and just go and do this part the way that I know how to do it. Because otherwise we will just be jumping up and down on that. Especially, man, 4 hours and 30 minutes accounted for me being kind of bad at stuff, so it's not like we're losing time on that.
Okay. A little bit of wiggle room.
Kind of expected. Like, pretty expected, to be honest. Pretty expected. My PBs for this, I think, are 3 hours 30. But my average seems to be about 4:30, so it's pretty wildly variant. Alright, one more. Alright, here's the boss room area. That was so much faster. Why did I even bother with the other method? Oh, so this is Season 4 race settings. We have basically items. Progression items can be found in dungeons, puzzle secret caves, free gift locations, submarines, miscellaneous items, mailbox items, and I can't read the last one at the moment. And the other one being island puzzles. So, 3 dungeons are randomly chosen to be the 3 progression dungeons. So we have Dragon Roost is one of them, Tower of the Tiny Gods, which is what I call it. Tower of the Gods is one of them. And then the last one is Forsaken Woods, or Forbidden Woods. I don't remember the name. It's one of those 2. Where we start was randomized, so we started kind of somewhere in the world. And then for the most part, it's mostly item randomization.
And right now we're in Dragon Roost and we're fighting the boss Goma here.
This is Yeah, it's kind of interesting. They set you up to believe that the dragon is going to be the boss of this dungeon. But it turns out to be a plot twist, and the dragon is actually quite friendly, and is just angry because there's this thing below them, Guma, who is, or Goma, who is, oh my gosh, are you gonna... Never mind. It's not gonna grab it!
Oh no.
No. Okay, I'm gonna get some hearts, because I'm always dying here.
Yeah, the big dude up there is, I believe, Valu, and he's one of the spirits, and he's basically very unhappy about something, and it turns out that he's unhappy that there's this dude down here, Goma, that is like chomping at his tail.
So basically we have to kind of pull on the tail, unfortunately, 3 times to annoy the dragon just to get the boss to lose its armor. And at that point it's effectively just stabbing it.
Just like the other Goma fight, you just were like, yeah, let's just stab it in the eye till it's dead.
And that's Goma. Dungeon 1 of 3 is done. We don't have full access to the other dungeons yet, so we're gonna have to do some more overworld work, unless there's an item here we can't see yet. It's Triforce piece. Alright, so gonna do some overworld work now. Yeah. Definitely a very... If you have a bug burning your butt, you definitely wanna... You'd also be very annoyed. It's super true. Yeah, I love Wind Waker Randomizer. It's super fun for me to play. It's kind of a pretty chill game overall, which I quite enjoy. And it wasn't as hard to get into as I thought it was. I avoided playing this for so long because I thought it was going to be really, really difficult to get into, and it really isn't. I found Ocarina of Time Randomizer to be far more difficult to get into than this. Yep, we got the Dorito. Alright, I'm gonna go kill Cyclos, or, well, not kill. I'm going to wound Cyclos. That'll give us an item. So once we had the arrows earlier, Cyclos was another check we could have done. So I'm gonna go do some more overworld checks. We don't know where our next progression is. We can't do all of Forsaken Fortress yet because we don't have, or sorry, Forbidden Woods yet because can't even get into them because we don't have the deck relief. And Tower of the Gods we can't enter either until we have the 3 pearls. And we haven't found any of the pearls yet. So actually it sounds like there may be quite a bit of overworld exploration. We have 4 of the 8 Triforce pieces now, which is really exciting.
Yeah, literally halfway to getting all of the Triforce pieces.
We need a fully upgraded sword and a fully upgraded bow to beat the game, though. So there's still a lot of collection there to do. Where are there cycles?
And a lot of that is kind of intended in these Zelda games, so that you can't just like choose your way to the end in 10 minutes.
It could be a fast seed if you're maybe good at the game. We'll see if it's a fast seed for me. So it's not looking so bad yet, though. But I'm not the. I would claim I'm pretty average, I would say, play-wise. Are you kidding me? I see them just sailing over their heads. Yeah. Cyclos is down. Take that, Sky Frog. So, using the song we would normally learn from Cyclos, but we already have. we get nothing. So normally you do the song there and Cyclos teaches you how to warp around the world. But we already knew how to warp around the world. I'm thinking one check we can do now is the Cabana. And the reasoning behind that is... oh, we don't have the Cabana deed, never mind. But I'll sail past and get the chest on the overworld, because we do have the hookshot, which gets us the outside chest. We can do that. There's a submarine over here I'm going to do first, though. Take that, Sky Frog. Also, we're not glitching, so some of the things that would normally appear quite a bit quicker if you're watching a lot of tournament players and stuff, they'll glitch to each of the dungeons by doing like super swim and stuff. We're not doing that, so we do lose a lot of time just through normal movement that would be normally cut out by doing super glitches. This is a fairly glitchless run. Minor glitches here and there, just to showcase a couple things that are cool. Like, I likely won't do any glitches in Tower of the Gods that are big, but there are some pretty large things you can do there. It's funny though, but if you actually watch people play this game, it's almost always glitched. It's actually really hard to find people I find who are playing it, like randos and stuff, glitchless. It's typically extremely glitched. And rightfully so, the game is very long, so it saves a lot of time. Nope. So each of these submarines, like I said, is in the item pool, so we just kind of do them as we get the items that allow us to do them. Though some of them we skipped early on because they're kind of out of the way. And there's the Deku Leaf, so... Oh, actually, does that give us full... Oh my gosh, should we just go to Forbidden Fortress now? I'm gonna do some more overworld checks. I don't know. I don't know if I want to go directly into the next dungeon until... I mean, maybe. What do we think? Should we go to the dungeon, or should I do some overworld checks? I'm gonna go to this island while I think about it.
Yeah, it's a tough call. Either could pay off, or either could be a time sink. There's not really... I think based on what we have, we don't really have like a hard lead on anything either, so it's not like there's...
And we're missing so many items right now that like it's not like the likelihood of the overworld... The likelihood is the overworld has something, so... However, I generally have the advice that I try to follow is as soon as you can beat a dungeon, you should go to the dungeon. As early as possible. Normally, because if you can... beating the dungeon guarantees progression, obviously. And then if your progression items are in that dungeon, well, you just sped up the seed even faster. But if you can do some really, really clever pathing on the overworld, it's probably also smarter to just do some of that if you can do some quick checks. Here comes the leaf time. This is Great Fish Island. And it's another sword upgrade, so that was worth it actually. For that one, let's go to the golf item and see if that's worth it. So we need 2 more sword upgrades, I believe. I believe there are 4. So we're gonna need 2 more. We don't know if we need the mirror shield or not. The mirror shield is required for one of the dungeons that we're not doing. However, there's a couple of overworld checks that it could be required for. So we're not certain on if that'll be useful. We do need the fire and ice arrows upgrade because that leads into the light arrow upgrade. It is progression. We will never find the light arrows before we find the fire and ice arrows. This does have progression order. So same with the sword. I guess that's an important factor to this. You never find the end sword. You will find them in progression order, which means that, like, when you find a sword, all the other ones will then upgrade to the next level. And when you find the next one, then all of them will upgrade again. So, and it's the same with the bows. In this particular case, we found the base bow, but we still have 2 more upgrades of the bows. And we do need light arrows to complete the game. Oh, we will need the mirror shield to beat the game, so I am silly. That is going to be required. It is literally required for the final boss battle. Rather silly of me to forget that. Hey, how you doing? So this is the golf minigame, which is played with a leaf, as you do. I think everybody plays golf with a leaf.
I know I do.
So it's kind of the first one's fairly free, but then these next ones require us to use the leaf to actually get the... I threw that way off. To get these in to the little holes back there. I keep hitting. Ah! Don't hit it anymore. There we go. This is a bit late for the golf block. Oh no! Late golf block runs. You actually don't want to directly aim at this one. You want to aim off slightly. If you aim directly at it, it will roll off like that. So it's kind of this strange, slightly sideways aiming for this one. I need to actually be more aligned with it. What am I thinking? Oh my gosh. Almost there. Oh. It should be... Oh. Alright. Should be one more. You gotta wait for it to dissolve. It's so painful. Also, this one you can skip with certain things, I think. Alright, is it never gonna dissolve? Are we just... Can I knock it down? Is it just stuck? No! What is it doing? I've never seen this. What? Alright. Fine. Oh, and then it shows up. Cool. Like, and then it comes back. The standard randomizer call, right? Or the standard marathon call. There we go. Perfect lineup. Physics happened. Oh my gosh. I like this giant fish thing that's just been flying around taunting us the whole time, but not actually doing anything. And it's a Tingle statue, which gets us another overworld check, because I believe that is Tingle statue 5. It is. So, guess we'll do more overworld checks. Tingle has a fast warp to their actual island, so lucky for us, we can just warp directly there.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, this is one of the few vanilla items that I don't know where they are in the base game. I don't remember. They're kind of scattered around the world, but I don't remember where they are hidden. I feel like sometime I should run 100% of this, like do an actual 100% run of this game, so then I would know exactly where everything is again. But that's for a future time. It's the pink one that we want to talk to. They give us the item. So first they will always give you rupees for one statue find, and then it's just the chart. So this is a submarine chart. It's not useful. That's the statement. Like, in the base game, that shows you where all the submarines are, but we know where they are, so it doesn't really do us much good. But that would be useful if you were base playing. Yeah, the first time I played this, I played with, like, literally everything on. Like, everything. And it was a bit much. There is a lot when everything's on. And it could be very long. I think the first run of this that I did was... oh gosh. 12 hours or something with everything on. It was quite long. So the reason I'm coming back here is there's one final item on this that we can do with the leaf. So I'm gonna do the one last item we can get here. And then we'll never have to come back to this island. Unless we need to warp here for other reasons again. 5 or 6 full runs of everything randomized. Wow. Those must take forever. What's your average time? I'm really curious. Like, I don't see a lot of people doing just full-on everything random in this game. All dungeons are now golf courses. It's a rule. Oh, this is going to be challenging. Let's see. First goal. We're going to fly to these little islands. There's 3 of these. And then a cave that we fly into. And along the way we're going to be harassed by these birds, because birds in video games, as we all know, are jerks. It's just the standard jerk bird. Come on. Gotcha. So next, one of our first uses of the wind spell to actually control the wind. Glad you were added in video games. Yes, in video games, not you, Starbird. Just specifically, it's oftentimes in video games. It feels like birds are like the jerks, right? It's anyone who has played Morrowind will probably very much remember Cliff Racers forever. Medley is not a jerk, I agree. Medley is the cutest and one of the coolest characters in this game, and I'm very sad we won't get to see her today.
Yeah, she's pretty cool.
She is in the Earth Temple, not the Wind Temple, oddly. Even though just rupees. That was a lot of work for nothing. But she is probably one of my favorite characters in the whole Zelda series. He is not a jerk. Not too shabby, actually pretty shabby. Rivali is definitely a jerk. Oh, Breath of the Wild. Alright, so we have a bunch of checks to the south now, so let's go down to the south quadrant, where we will basically work our way into Forest Haven. There's a lot we can do here, thankfully. Forbidden Woods. So, gonna check that I have all the items for that. We do, so we can definitely do Forbidden Woods. I guess we'll just go in there now. We have enough hearts. Forbidden Woods is a fairly early dungeon as well, so I'm not too worried about that. We still have no pearls, though. Like, we have not even unlocked the other dungeon. I don't know where it is. Oh. I mean, I know where it's located, but I don't know where the pearls are, so... Let's see how that goes. I should bring out the... This is really nice against these. It's just an instant kill. found the ghost ship chart yet either. Not sure it will be required though, so it may not actually ever show up. The ghost ship chart, the reason I thought about that just then is the ghost ship chart shows you not only gives you access to the ghost ship itself, but it tells you which moon phase the ghost ship will appear in. So when I looked up at the sky there, what I saw was the moon, which reminded me of the ghost ship, because the ghost ship will move around the map based on the moon phase.
It's interesting.
And if you watch the Ultima runs, you know there's a lot of moon-based stuff in that thing. Apparently I play a lot of games with moons in them. Moons are relevant.
Some games much more relevant than others.
Such as, I mean, one clear, I think the most moony of any of the Zelda games is clearly Majora's Mask.
I was just about to say that.
Like,
the one where the moon is trying to kill you is probably the most moony of all.
This is secretly an Ultima. I mean, I tend to play a lot of the same. There's a lot of games with moon phases. So who knows? It's just money on the leaf spot. So nothing particularly exciting there. Gonna get the other outside check here, just to clear up everything. So there's 2 checks in Forest Haven, which is technically where we are now. It's the area before you go into Forbidden Woods. And then there will be several checks in Forbidden Woods. There's quite a lot of content in there. These are more intended to get once you sort of... Well, I think this one you can get immediately. So that leaf item that we just got on the tree would have been where the Deku leaf was in vanilla. There's a money here, but that's where you actually get the leaf. Otherwise you can't even enter the next dungeon. Whee! Oh, we do not have enough magic. I always do this.
Oh,
I am so notorious for forgetting to refill my magic. So notorious. It's like the one thing that I'm so bad at. Alright, so... No, nothing there. I will,
Thankfully,
like... Yeah,
yep.
It wasn't necessary, thankfully. And also it ended up being not worth it in the end, but we made it. But I'm really bad about making sure to refill my magic. Especially this next part where it's going to be pretty tricky. So I kind of want a magic refilling it beforehand. There's a nice, clever way to skip. Kind of not really. It's not really a glitch. I think you would fall this more into just a general skip or like a exploit of some kind. It doesn't really fall into the glitch category because it's just something you could do normally without even thinking it was weird. So I'll show it when we get there. I'm just gonna get some magic first. But it is a nice little skip to try and skip climbing up the inside of the tree again. So instead of going into the tree and going the way we would normally be intended to go, which is up the tree, and then we're going to use the leaf to fly from like that ledge there over to this island, you can actually just park your boat outside of the island. I have to wait for this to go around one more. And fly from here. Which I believe is going to be tricky with the amount of magic we have. I don't know if it's going to be I don't know if we're gonna have enough. We'll see. No? No, that feels wrong. Yeah, that's not right. One more. One more. Alright, so we want to park the boat a certain direction, facing, alright, in a very it's not in a very specific spot, but we definitely need to be facing the right way, because when we jump out of the boat, we're going to jump this way. We always jump the same direction out of the boat, and that's crucial for this trick. So we want to jump away from the wind. So jump, fly, and then up, and there we go. So
Nicely done.
now let's hope that we have enough magic to get over here.
Looks okay.
We don't get hit by the pea hats.
Yes.
Nice.
Hitting a pea hat would make it not okay.
That would have been not good. Like, very, very not good. Though I feel like we're doing fairly. I think we're doing really much better than I expected to be doing right now, so. I feel like it'll be okay if I end up failing at some spots in the moment. So normally you wouldn't have the boomerang yet, and you would need to find a different way to kill these, which would be required through taking those seeds, those little golf ball things we had earlier, and picking them up and throwing them at those things. But since we have the boomerang, since it's the item you get in this dungeon, that's not a problem. And we can just fly around in here. It's kind of silly. I need to get this item. So it saves us. So this is some effort to have it before we get in here. I like having all the items I need to clear before I go in a dungeon. I mean, the likelihood it could be in the dungeon. It might be. The item we need may be in here. But oftentimes I prefer to try and search around beforehand and not risk coming in and need double dip. I don't like double dipping dungeons because that can be very slow. And by double dipping a dungeon, if you don't know, in Randomizer, because you don't know where things are, it may be that you go into a dungeon, you don't have everything, you didn't find the thing you need in the dungeon, so you leave, and then come back later. And in some cases, it may be tripled. Like, you may come back and then get a progression item, but not all the progression items, and then you leave and then come back again, and...
Yeah, the double dip is bad enough. The triple dip is like, why? Just why?
Yeah. We did some double dipping in Z2 last night for certain. There was definitely some Zelda 2 double dips. But... So we don't have to worry about magic as much in here. Anytime you jump in these, they fill your magic up slightly. They don't fill it up completely, but they do give a slight boost back to magic. Which is very nice, because otherwise they'd have to place magic containers all over the dungeon, and that would probably be pretty obnoxious. So, thankfully, we don't have to do that. Just a map. I don't think I got the... There's one more room, so... Whee! Whee! Just gonna get some magic back. Free magic. See if we can do the skip. Nope. I failed. Depth perception fail. Try again. There we go. Alright. Normally you would need to like hit those switches and have the cart move across and then come back, and then you hit the switches again. And... Or you can just sail across with the leaf. No. Alright, P-Hat. Come here.
No.
Done with that. Not deal with that again.
Yes.
Too stressful. Just more treasure charts. So I think it was mentioned earlier, but in the base game, you would take those treasure charts to Tingle to dechart them, or to dechart, decrypt them. I think is
Yes.
Decipher.
Decipher.
Yes, decipher. There we go. To do something to them, and then from there, they would show you some location of an item on the overworld. Specifically in the ocean itself, I believe. I think it's the ocean items, which require the grapple hook to get. But we do not have ocean item turned on, so they're not in progression whatsoever. Ooh, now the question is, do I go up or down first? Guess I'm choosing up. Kind of have free roam of the place, so we can go in any direction we want. Creepy little tentacle arms. Just gonna go in pretty standard order. Nothing special here. Again, this dungeon is gonna be fairly straightforward. We'll do some cool skips here and there, but nothing glitchy, really. Fairly glitchless dungeon. There's a lot of cool glitches you can do with the chest, called storage. There's another pearl. Actually, coming in here was required to go to the God's Tower, I guess. So that's 2 pearls in here. 3 pearls will get us access to the other dungeon we need. If they're all 3 in here, that's going to be a little silly. Because that actually does make it fairly linear. Like, when you can't enter the other dungeon, it's, you know, it's definitely very linear. And as we said earlier, linearity makes the seeds go a little faster. Nope. Just some money. It's just sort of a maze. Just kind of know your way through it. Oops. Too close to the wall. And now we have the upgrade. Which was Iron Boots, which may or may not be needed. I don't know. They're not part of the progression in the dungeons that we have selected. I don't think. Oh, maybe. You know, Tower Gods, the Tower of Tiny Gods. I honestly don't remember what all items are necessary in there. I know that sounds silly from being the runner for it, but it's hard to remember all of the individual items. And when you're kind of relatively still, I'd say pretty junior to this game overall.
Right, and even still, when you're playing it vanilla, you don't really worry about what items you usually need because the game kind of puts them at your feet and is like, hey, now you can go do this thing.
That's very true. So Boomerang lets us do this, which accesses the bottom part of the dungeon. Not particularly ready to go there yet, though, but we don't have a key, so actually I need to go there. Never mind. So we got the morph pit and the vine chest. Oh no, 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 what am I doing? Squibbs, please. Oh, they're still on me, huh? Can I not get rid of them? Alright. We'll just live with them. They're permanently part of our armor now. It's just a stylistic choice. It's just... You know, we got cool shoulder pads playing WoW now. That's like all I really think about WoW is cool shoulder pads.
It's a cool shoulder pad simulator.
What a name for it. Like, wait. I don't have bombs. How do I get through here? Hammer? Hammer won't break this. Wait, how do I get this without bombs or fire? Because I don't have either right now. Well, maybe we don't get this yet. Come back for it. If that's our key, then we're gonna have to go... Oh, wait, there's a bomb across the way. Oh my gosh, Squibbs. Please! Wait. Why can I not get out of here from here? Did I just make a huge mistake? I've never fallen in this water, so I didn't know this ladder was here. Oh gosh. I don't think I've ever come to this in any of my randomizer runs where I didn't have a some sort of fire explosive available, so I didn't even know this bomb was here. I think I can climb on this. You just let it stay there. It's there forever now. It's part of you. Once the spiky things are on you, that's it. We'll do a cool trick in this room too to get an item. Wait, I can't do a cool trick in this room because I don't have bombs, Squibbs. There would have been a cool way of doing it, but I don't have bombs. I can't do it the cool way. So we'll do it the long way. Unfortunately. I have to get rid of them. So the long way is basically, wait, how am I gonna do this? Oh, there's bombs over there. Ah! Always forget where the bombs are. Hello? Hello, computer? Hello?
Hello, yes, it's just computer.
Apparently no worky. Hello? Oh my gosh. Game, please. What? Like, what is going on?
I don't even know.
Like...
Physics have broken. Now you are now floating to space because gravity has been turned off.
Oh, they just totally won't work. What? Alright, let's see if I jump off of it and hit it again. No? Do I have to leave the... I need to leave the room, don't I? It's just completely broken. I've never seen this break. Oh, that's great. That's absolutely fantastic. Not in a great way, just in a... Here we are way. This is our life now. Well... We were doing really good on time, so I'm not too worried about little stuff like this happening, but the game really just did say, nope. No win for you. Wind Waker is no longer about wind. The wind fell asleep. Yep. It is. You know how many times I've heard that today too? Like, I've watched several runs today where the runner has been, well, that's never happened before. It's like, yep, marathon luck.
Good old marathon luck in RNG.
I mean, it happened in the run right before this.
Yeah.
It's very serious. Well, that's never happened before. Okay, so everything's reset. Let's go. It's spinny spins. I'm gonna wait for it and be nice. I'm not trying to skip anything. Alright, normally I think you attack this one next. But no. So, now we have this. Go. Please. Oh, I saw it move. Barely. What? It's barely moved. Hello.
Oh, it's twitching.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Do I have to... Okay, it twitched, but... What is going on? Oh no! Well, maybe we'll come back for bombs here. If I can't get this. I don't know. Can I fly across? Nope. I'm gonna try one more time. Yeah, what are even hitboxes? I'm very confused by what is happening here. Should not be a problem. Yet. More like suggestion boxes. I'm gonna go to the right this time instead of the left and just gonna superstitiously run around this way. You know. In case it's necessary. You're all with me on this glorious journey. Just... The link will get deleted, yes. No links are allowed in chat. Okay, well, sad times, McGee. I don't know what the heck's going on here, so... We'll just have to hope that that's not super important in there. Right now, can I just... Oh my gosh. Look at the backup plan. Doing its magic. Alright, that worked. Never mind. Again, this is a dungeon I almost never enter without... it was required, by the way, it's a big key. I was trying to do it the way it was supposed to be done, but it didn't work. But yeah, normally I come in here with fire arrows or bombs, or there's a bunch of ways to skip that sequence without needing to do any of it, so... It's extremely common to not even do that part. But we're all good now.
Hooray!
And considering how fast the seed's been so far, I'm not worried about any loss of time on that. Because I mean, being in the second dungeon before we actually even hit hour 2 is really good. It's really good. I'm actually worried about coming in way too fast ahead of time now. It'd be very shocking to have one of my fastest seeds be during a marathon.
That would defy all marathon logic.
I've definitely had seeds where I didn't get a sword until 2 hours in.
So we're ahead of those seats.
Yes. That is thankfully not the case today. I actually don't remember what the name of these things are. Are these moblins?
Yes, I
think these
if I
are the
remember right.
moblins.
Yeah, those are moblins, yeah.
Because it's the bokabins or bokabins that are the small ones.
Yes.
And the I don't know. They're the name of the ones that go beep 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 beep. I don't remember it. The little tinies that bounce.
I honestly I forget those too, so you're not alone.
There's some other form of same creature type.
Yes.
Meat blims. It's about accurate. Wee! Don't hit me. Thank you. That is incorrect. That is not the right commentary. Like, I will say that is definitely not right. So the commentary link has not been updated, apparently. That's
Nope.
definitely not correct. It's currently just me and just you.
Yes, it is.
So yes. But I think you've been doing good to keep me company in this run. I've appreciated it.
Been happy to help. It's been fun so far. Been enjoying watching you run this and learning a few things about Wind Waker Randomizer along the way.
Oh yeah, we made the Moobot sad again.
Aw.
There's our small key.
Woohoo!
So we can go back upstairs and clean out the rest of the chest here. Oh no. Oh, hey, we have a new rotating, so they're no longer sad. I see it. Yay, Moobot's no longer sad. We're just spinning clouches in place.
It's quite a bit of work.
It's a lot of work.
Yeah. I mean, couches are heavy. Maybe we'll put them on like little coasters so that they just like freely rotate, make it a little easier.
Oftentimes the room isn't big enough to have a couch spinning around in it either, so
Right.
extra dimension of difficulty.
We're in the couch dimension now.
Couch dimension. Alright, these things will work in this room. Like, they better.
Finally, yeah, that one works.
I think this one works through the pillar, so... Nope. It's partially through the pillar. But... like, over here. Come on, buddy. Or... push me that way. Okay. Oh, yeah. Come on. Oh my gosh. These are not being my friend today. I give up on these. Just do your thing. Just jump. I'm just not even gonna finish that. Apparently, of all the things I could possibly fail today, using a leaf, or sorry,
Yes.
to move platforms around was apparently the thing that I broke.
Yes, in the game titled The Wind Waker, we have broken the wind.
We broke the wind. Alright, those those are done. Let's go upstairs. This one's tricky, because the first one you need to climb and stand on, which is an interesting feature. And the second one you don't want to climb and stand on. I'm not sure where they teach you that you can climb and stand on them. I'm not sure where that becomes relevant as a feature. I'm not even sure it's ever actually used as progression in the game. It's a hoi pair. We don't have the bait bag though, so that doesn't do any good. So what the hoi pairs do is, if we had the bait bag, we could use those to control birds on the overworld, and that gives us access to certain items and hitting certain switches. They can be used to even get the item we got earlier on with the arrows, where we had to shoot the bombs. You can use birds there to get that instead. So, but we don't have a bait bag, so we can't use it. So this is normally the room where you would get the boomerang. So this mini boss is the boomerang boss.
And now it's not. It is a boss for something else entirely.
Now it is the Triforce Shard boss. A weird middle piece. Let's keep going. So we're just gonna cross straight across. Get hit by 2 hats. Part of the plan. Well, those are not the ones I wanted to target, but it doesn't really matter which ones you target in this room. The goal is just to clear a path so you can go kind of directly across. And get this chest. And I believe... Oh, it's the bait bag. Now we can use the hoi pairs. And we can do my favorite, the pig toss. Look, I'm doing the pig toss whether or not we actually have to do it. Like, I'm gonna do it just because... Or maybe we should...
Because you like it.
We should just make it an ad hoc donation incentive. But that would be silly because we don't know if it's required yet. So that would be... Don't do that. But I'm definitely going to do it. Gotta yeet the pig. Alright, so we got that. We got this. We got that. We got this. We got that. I'm just checking off my tracker to make sure I'm not missing anything. Alright, cool. Do we have... We don't have all 3 pearls yet. No. Since we don't have all 3 pearls, which was this? Is this a sand boss? Or is this the... No. Okay, this is the hanging bird, or the plant boss. Bird. How could I possibly think this is a bird? Look at this birdiness. This instead. So our first goal here is we're going to chop all these limbs with the boomerang. It's the normal progression for this boss. Once we've done this, we actually can do a massive amount of damage by utilizing the hammer on the central flower pot, which will skip a massive chunk of the boss. So the hammer lets us skip because we got it early, which is great. And we'll have to do one more round. Should be good. can't believe I missed a hammer jump. Or I can believe it. Totally missed a hammer jump. Get some hearts before we completely die in the boss battle in these sad times. I think the name of this boss is the Calademos?
I believe so, yeah.
It's a tradition of weird organic plant bosses in the games. There we go. I could have done this one cycle sooner had I not missed it. But we did it anyway. There's our little buddy. We won't be seeing them today either. They would be in the air temple usually.
Yep.
Markar. Their name is Markar.
Yeah, Makar, I think is. I
Or
believe is his
Makar,
name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we got a Triforce Shard. 2 more left.
Yeah, we're picking them up left and right here. Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good on that.
We still don't have access to the next temple though, so we have a lot of overworld access to do. Or a lot of overworld to do now. So that'll be our next goal is clear out a lot of these overworld checks, because there are several. I think there's going to be mail items now too available. So as you do actual progression in the game, you will unlock sort of new checks for the mailbox. So it'll just be mail that kind of comes through. So depending on what you've done, like for instance, if we need Orca's letter, that means we have to do Forsaken Fortress. So that would be required if Orca's letter is required. And I believe there's one that's unlocked after this dungeon as well. There's one right before you have to do Dragoner's Tear. Oops. Yep, there's a mailbox. What you got for me? This will be... Maybe Orca doesn't... It's not Orca that requires... sorry. What am I thinking? It's your sister, Errol. Command Melody. Alright.
Woohoo!
That was also required for the Temple of the Gods. Or the Tower of the Gods. This is the Orca item. Which was Fire and Ice Arrows. But I don't know what unlocks the Orca item. So that unlocks a bunch of checks. So I suppose we should just get to those. Still cannot do the temple. We can't even enter it. So for us, it will be... check time. I'm gonna go Cabana first. And then loop around. There's at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... 7 items in this, or islands in this bottom area we can check. And if not, there's a bunch of other stuff scattered around we can start checking. Like the pig.
Pig hype. Woo!
I'm excited for it. It's super short. It's not like the best, but just some reason for me, that thing, when I get there, is one of my favorite parts of the run. Just something kind of... It's slightly glitchy. It's slightly goofy. I'm pretty excited about it, so... I don't know what happened there. But... Right. It's the ghost ship chart. Alright, that adds another check.
Alright.
So, ghost ship might be needed. Oh, and actually we need to decrypt the ghost ship chart, but we can do that ourselves. Not from here, though. From here. There it is. This will tell us where it is. Interesting fact about the ghost ship is that... oh, it's directly next to us. Well, that's convenient. What the heck? This is going too well. That's not... should not be that easy to get to you. But yeah, interesting thing about the ghost ship is depending on where it spawns and where it is also determines the enemies inside of it. So the battle you fight inside isn't fixed. So it's not always the same and will change.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting.
But they'll be fixed. So you kind of remember if it's on certain moon phase, it will always have the same enemy layout. I don't have them all memorized.
You just enter the ghost ship by sailing through it, of course.
Of course. Like, well, how
just clip
else,
through it.
How else do you enter a ghost ship?
That's a good point.
It's the spook boat. It's a very seasonally appropriate boat. Oh no. Alright, so this one does have one of those. So this actually, when you get possessed, changes your control scheme to be inverted. So you have to like use a backwards controls until I think either you get hit or they just stop after a timer. Are you gonna enter me or not? Alright, good. So I don't find it too tricky to like do the inverted controls, so it's generally a fairly... I think the trickiest part to me is when they jump out of you while you're like fighting something, because then your controls go back to normal while you're in the middle of a battle. Oh my gosh, buddy.
Yeah, that's going to be quite the change, especially if you're expecting to do one thing and then suddenly you're doing the exact opposite.
That's where the hammer comes in. This was actually a fairly decent boat.
That wasn't too bad.
I think on one of my first seeds I had to do this boat without a sword. That is can be a challenge. Another Triforce Shard. Oh, come on, game.
Oh my goodness. Now we only need one more. It's probably somewhere deep, like within the dungeon somewhere.
I'm wondering if it's going to be on something like Orca from Forsaken Fortress or something. We have to do an extra dungeon.
Might be.
It's
and
possible.
actually with that, I'm going to be signing out here as a host. I believe we have our next host standing by. Come in.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, everyone. I'm Schala.
Let me adjust your audio. I think you're a little low now. There we go. Maybe
We
that's
can
better.
have chat can let us know. This is I think the only run where we have a swap partway through.
I think
It's
I got it.
because there's so much Wind Waker.
It is, yeah. So
Too
kind
loud
of figured
now.
about halfway would be a good point.
Oh, I'm very loud apparently.
I got it fixed. Don't worry.
Okay, cool.
All right. Well, I'll be hanging out and chat, but good luck with the second half of the run here.
Cool. Thank you.
for all of your wonderful hosting, Tiger.
Of course, no problem.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
It has been a pleasure.
Cool. Audio is balanced.
Hooray!
Good thing for sailing, because we don't have to like we don't have to worry about anything. We have the nice periods of time where you can just kind of float about, do other things. Alright, so this I'm hoping we can do in one go. If not, I'll have to go buy some hoi pairs. Can you ever play too much Wind Waker? I'm sure you can. Oh, okay, well, we have to go buy hoi pairs. Oh my gosh. Just like...
jerk bird.
Yep. It's the jerk birds. No, leave me alone. Oh my gosh. Even more jerky. They just...
Wow.
Okay.
I have to tell this bird that, like, you know, there's absolutely no bullying on this stream.
Apparently they did not get the memo.
Okay,
so...
I don't think I'm allowed to ban characters in Nintendo games, unfortunately.
Oh, we didn't get... Oh, I just... let me Control-Z that. We did not get that island check, I don't believe. And this is... is this another bird? No, this is not a bird check. I just need to update my tracker here so I don't actually have the wrong thing selected, because it's sad times when you... This is a game with so many checks. It's very good. Tracker.
I'm assuming the tracker for this game is a thing.
Yeah, I've got a map tracker and an item tracker open, so. And as I was, I mean, I know since you're a fellow Valk, there's no worry about this whatsoever, but feel free to talk over me and interrupt at any time.
Well, former Valk, but yeah, I got you.
True. But, you know, to me it's the same. Like,
Gotcha. No, I got you.
You're still one of us in heart, so.
I mean, I can definitely let people know that we do have some incentives with the run after this one. If you have not gone over to donate, we are currently taking donations for the next run, which is Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu. We have Bid Wars open for the name of the player, the name of the rival, and the name of our Starmie. Also, during that run, there will be a little special incentive for petting Pikachu's cute little face. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to see how many Pikachu pets we can get over the course of that run. But that's all gonna be up to you, chat.
Get those Pikachu pets in.
Yeah, so that's gonna be during that run. But before that, you get your chance to name several different characters in that run. That run is super good, super cute. So if you have a particular name that you would like, go right ahead and donate for it. I think the next incentive after that is for later on this evening for SchalaKitty Cruisers. I get to choose the character for that game between, I always have to make sure I say this right. It's Cinema Roll. So with that Mo in there that I always have to, like, put in there. Purin, My Melody, Kuromi, or SchalaKitty. There's are some upcoming donation incentives for today.
Super cool. Nothing here, by the way, so it's a very good time to be doing that because there's literally nothing happening here. We got no items. Just as an update for everybody who might be joining now or not sure where we are, what's going on.
We're at the halfway point. Good time for a refresher.
Yeah, we have, we're playing Wind Waker Randomizer. The checks we have, so what basically most of what this randomizes is the location of items. That's the biggest effect this has. And so for this, progression items can be found in what we have selected for today, which is dungeons, puzzle secret caves, free gifts location, submarines, miscellaneous spots, the mailbox, and island puzzles. It will select, since we're playing with Season 4 race settings, which is what has selected those items for us, or those item locations for us, we're also playing with only 3 of the dungeons is required to be beaten by default. Now, Some items, like mailbox items, do require you to beat certain dungeons to get them. So if there are items in those that are progression, we will need to beat other dungeons. But for by base, there will be no other progression items in those dungeons. So we can clear them as quickly as possible if necessary. At this point, we are looking for one of the 3 pearls to enter. We only need 1 left to enter the next dungeon. We've cleared 2 dungeons out of the 3, so we've cleared Dragon Roost, and we've cleared Forbidden Woods, Tower of the Tiny Gods, or Tower of the Gods as it's known, is the only one left that we'll have to do. But, again, we don't have entrance to it. We also don't have bombs, so we'll need bombs before we be able to go in there, so that's something we're still missing. Before we beat the game, we also still need to fight light arrows and 2 more sword upgrades. And oh my gosh, I can't align with this chest. And now we have a note to Mom. And I think that, and we still are missing 1 Triforce piece. And I think that catches up with where we are.
Sounds good.
Just sailing about. Yeah, I think this will work. I'm gonna go to Ice Island now, which is over there. I'm gonna fly there. I think it'll be faster. Fly. This is a sort of fly because you use Cyclos to warp through the air to get there. It would be nice to get half magic. We don't have it yet. That would be kind of a nicety. But we'll just see if we're lucky enough to get it or not. And we don't have the Cabana deed either, so we can't enter the Cabana without glitches, and we don't have one of the last melodies. But I don't think that one's required at this point. But we don't know, because that dungeon could still be required if we get really unlucky.
Which melody is that?
It's going to be, I'm trying to think of it. I think it's the Earth Gods aria. Fairly certain that's the name of it. It's the one we would use in the Wind Temple, even though it's called the Earth Gods aria. It's kind of weird. The Wind Temple, I don't know why I destroyed that over there. That was completely silly. This is the one I'm supposed to open. Okay, there's light arrows. Well, that's one of the many things that we need to find down. That's good.
They're so fancy.
They're really OP too, so having them now is going to make things really fast in some of the areas. They basically insta-kill every single enemy in the game.
Oh, jeez.
You would normally get them 1 room before you have to fight Ganon.
Right.
And we got them well before that point. So, they're going to speed things up. Oh, gosh. I realized that, like, there's faster ways to do these, but for some reason when I'm doing a lot of, like, when I get in the marathon habit and, like, start talking a lot and thinking about what we need to say for the run, I oftentimes just do them the default way. Like, the way you're supposed to, as opposed to the cool, quick way. Though the quick ways oftentimes have much more failure rates, so... But, not particularly like it would be guaranteed we'd get them. But this is Ice Island, so getting the fire and ice arrows unlocks 2 islands for us. We can unlock this one, which is the fire arrow one. We would normally find the heavy boots here. We already have heavy boots, so We're not going to be finding them here today. And then the other island is a volcano island, and that we use ice arrows to reach there. Yeah, she's making a lot of, like, just sounds, like, I.
Are those sort of taken from Zelda's own sound bank, or are they like pitched up Link ones? I was trying to figure that out earlier.
I think it's mixed. I believe they just mixed them from, like, pitch shifted Zelda or Link ones, some just straight up Link ones, and then some ones from other characters in the game. So.
Ah, interesting.
I don't know if there's anything custom. Alright, so the inside of the island didn't have anything, but the outside did. So you're supposed to solve this puzzle and use the, like, boots to get out of here, but it's actually just faster to save and quit. Because once you leave, you have to still do the jumpy puzzle outside. But why do that when we have the power of technology and a start menu? Yeah, some of the models, there's a lot of options for character choices in the game, and some do actually have very custom voice packs that are, like, hand-generated. Like, there's a lot of really cool models and content for this game. Like, there's, like, models that customize the sword and the boat and, like,
Custom boat.
the shield. This is my favorite. This I usually play with Goth Zelda because
It's on brand.
it's on brand. It's very true. It's also, I find that when I'm playing games that require sometimes to have glitches, it's really nice to just consistently play with a model. I realize that when I switch models, I have a hard time doing glitches again because you kind of get used to using certain aspects of the model you play with to align for certain tricks. Or when I was playing with we played as the grandma in one game. That was actually very hard to do tricks with because she's very wide and blocks a lot of view. Medley is super awesome. One of my favorite characters. If you don't know who Medley is, she's the I realize I don't have 40 pairs again. I keep making this mistake. She's the bird girl from she's the little birdling that you find at Dragon Roost. I think you find her at Dragon Roost, right? No. Wait. No, I don't remember where she shows up in the story. Is she actually captured at the start of the game in... Because she gets captured and she ends up in Earth Temple. But I couldn't remember when that happens. Okay, good. So I wasn't too far off. I was like, I didn't think she started there. But in the randomizer, she does start there. So she will be captured in Earth Temple at the start. Alright, so everybody super excited for my favorite part of the run, because we're about to engage in the pig toss, which is basically just end the stream after that, because there's nothing better.
Well, as you're getting ready for that, I do have a quick donation. We have $10 from the wonderful RBW, who says, more Zelda rando with Squibbons. Heck yeah! Also an extra heck yeah for the pig.
Thank you. Oh yeah. Alright, so it actually needs to do this trick, it does need to be daytime. So, and it would be helpful if I used the right wind music melody. I was gonna say spell, but it's kind of like a spell.
It's a draft!
Gonna be the right draft. Gotta draft it up.
Well, in my run, Loom, our spells are called drafts, but I'm like, well, draft also works for Wind Waker.
So normally we pick this pig up and we need to carry them all the way over to that house on the far side. So there's these little spots on the ground that you can dig in with the pig, and they're all over the island. So you kind of have to pick it up and figure out where it is. But thankfully, with a little power of using that person's head to offset the pig, we can throw it really far. Now the pig is where we want it to be.
Pig successfully yeeted.
And it's right next to where we need it to be now, so we can just... do this quest so much faster than you would normally do. Yes. So if you've been waiting for anything to happen when pigs fly, well, today's your day. What are you doing, buddy? There's food right here. You just wasted it.
Pig friend, please.
If you do it wrong, the pig will just yeet into the ocean somewhere and just fly off. So, there is a chance. It doesn't always go where you want it to. We didn't get anything for it, but it was still worth it.
It was worth it in our hearts.
Absolutely. It's always worth it. The ocean demands it. I have to carry it back to the top, though, to get it. Alright, fine. We'll throw it in the ocean. It takes me 20 seconds to do this, so we'll throw it back in the ocean.
Let the pig swim.
It's worth it. Yeah, the pig needs a bath.
Bath time! Yes! Yes! Bathe that pig!
You'll find it at Forsaken Fortress. I think we're actually doing really good on time now, so I'm not too worried about taking a little extra time for, like, something like this. In fact, as I was saying earlier, I'm actually concerned that we're going to be really far ahead of time right now. I don't know that for certain, but we're looking pretty good. I could curse myself, though, and now we're doomed. But if we're pig doomed, it was worth it.
Don't curse yourself.
No! Well,
No!
one more time. It's too easy to get it where you want it to go. I didn't actually realize how easy it was. I always do a really concise alignment to get that set up, and now I've just yeeted the pig twice with the improper alignment and it worked just fine. Alright, one more time. We got this.
Received your piggy blessings today.
Alright, so basically what we're doing here is offsetting collision by, like, dropping it next to this person to have it, have that person basically... You see, we're not carrying the pig properly anymore. That breaks the physics. Oh my gosh, Squibbs. Like, we'll just pretend this is what happened when I tried to eat the pig. Now I'm determined. I have also learned today that it's actually extremely easy to get it on target, and I have been concerning myself on all my previous runs for absolutely no reason.
You just gotta have faith.
Come on, buddy.
You believe in the heart of the pig.
You believe in the heart of the pig. Alright, there we go. Pig is offset. The problem is I'm letting it go to the stick before I, There we go. Alright, so... Pig's going over there. Bye, pig. Bonk. They still landed on the... You know, we're done.
What? The video just caught up for me. What? Fake shot, though. Are we back to playing golf?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm checking out. Like...
No, just end on your high note. End on your high note.
Apparently I just got really good at throwing the pig and no longer can mess it up somehow. Pig will bathe another day. Donate to have pig bathe. We still had fun eating it. That's absolutely certain. Always fun to eat the pig. Otherwise, I'm moving on with my life. Oh, this is a fun little place. There should be one more round somewhere. I don't know where they're hiding. Where are you, buddy? Oh, you're up there. Put pigs in hot water, it turns very angry. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Had I thrown it in the just completely opposite direction, it still would have somehow landed there. That would be absolutely the luck today. Like, trying so hard to fail. Hey, bombs!
We got the bombs!
In what is called Bomb Hall.
I mean, it's just thematically appropriate.
It is true. It is bombs everywhere. The bombs were here all along.
Also, we did get $20 from Profnest that just says bathe the animals.
Oh, right. Well, it's worth the $20. We're gonna put the pig back. I'll do it after this island. It's really, I mean, we can warp directly there, so it's not that far off course at any point. If it was gonna take like another 4 hours or something, obviously, it's not going to be that difficult. Alright, so we're gonna use another bird here. This is a pretty easy island item to get. Just use the hoi pear. And we control a little seagull. This one doesn't have jerk birds that kill us. Yeah, too much practice. I can't fail with the pig anymore. Oh, we will, though. We'll make it happen. This looks like a chart of some kind, so... Nothing useful. Just another Triforce chart. Alright, let's go. Let's bathe this pig.
Yeah.
It has been requested, and we must make it happen now. So, since I'm just here, I'll just go ahead and sail directly to it. And we'll see if we can do it. This time I'm gonna throw it in some completely opposite direction. We're not gonna put it in the water there. We should have... Oh, we have access to... So bombs give us access to Forsaken Fortress. So we actually do have access to another dungeon now, if necessary. We're actually running out of spots to check, so... It might be soon that we end up having to do a check on that. We're gonna pull this trick off when pig fly. Wait a second.
Hold the phone.
It's Beetle's Bomb Shop. And it's magic, half magic, or double magic in this game, I guess.
Yeah.
That's pretty useful. Alright, one more pig, let's go. It's you and me. I'm gonna pick different water, though. Alright. Get over the fence. And then we'll go down the hill. Oh no!
No.
What is my luck with this pig? Like...
What?
Like, what is this? Oh no. We're currently rotating. I'm just glad that, like, they say that every so often now. Just rotating the clock. The pig just, yeah, the pig slow floated to the ground like they were just made of cotton. We found a cutscene. Oh my gosh. This is, thank you. Oh, we're gonna make it happen. Alright, pig, you're the final boss of this game at this point.
I mean... Ganon. Is this pig actually Ganon?
It's true, actually. Ganon is a pig. This is... Here it is. Ganon in their secret form. It's even a dark pig, too, which would what you would expect from a Ganon pig. This is Ganon. And that's why they deserve to go in the ocean. Alright. I'm gonna make this worth it at this point. See how slow we would normally walk with the pig, though? We're like doing this side hop, but if you actually walk with the pig, it's like this. And this was what the game expects you to do and carry it all over the island. Just like this.
That's right, we just resort to yeeting instead.
Absolutely. Alright, here we go. It's time.
Into the ocean.
Okay, good. There they are.
What? Wait, what? Why? Excuse?
They're like magneting towards the spot, but they got in the ocean. Goodbye, pig. You got your bath.
Yeah, what even are physics?
Had it gone right back to the same spot, I don't know what I would have done. The pig really did try to go back there, like, he really tried. Alright, we can do Needle Point, so let's go to the Needle Island. But we did it. We got it in the water. It was more challenging than expected.
I just like the term physics from Raving Sock.
Pigsics? Oh no! What even are pigsics? So with the fire arrows, we have a kind of cool trick we can do here at this island. So I'm going to try and pull it off and see if we can actually do it. Normally, you are expected to... oops. Just simply fly a bird. This is where you would use another Hanoi pair. But if we're... oh, no, okay. If we get attacked by jerk birds, my entire theory goes out the window. Okay. If you stand here and aim up at the top of this, there is a switch up there that we're supposed to hit with the... there we go. That we're supposed to hit with the bird, but we can actually hit it with a well-placed fire arrow instead.
Neat.
And we get a sword upgrade. Still need one more. But that is one less to have. Carry the pig to Ganon. Just get it on the boat with us and sail off somewhere. So this is just a shooting minigame. Just supposed to deal with fire arrows. There's 6 torches, I believe, in here that we need to light. A good chunk of them you can light from not even moving from the platform. But there's at least one, I think maybe 2, that we need to light by moving there. You just have to be somewhat precise on some of them. They're not so bad. Yeah, we can get that one back there too. Oops, a little lower. Not that low, Squibs. A little higher. There we go. And the last one is in the hardest to get spot. Way up there. Oh my gosh. Aim. It's not exactly the most precise joystick. There we go. Oh, too high though. That's fine. I get you go up and down now.
Ask how do we play this randomizer?
There we go. Oh, how do we play it?
Yeah, is it played on hardware or?
So I'm actually not playing on hardware. I am using.
Okay.
I am playing on a GameCube controller, and this is an actual GameCube controller plugged into a 4-port hub on my PC. But I'm not playing on the actual hardware.
Gotcha.
There is a way to do that, but it requires some expensive equipment that I don't have access to.
Yeah, I could imagine.
Not super expensive, but you know. It's, you could also just burn disc for it. There's other ways of doing it, but yeah, there we go. We got those 2 items. So. Next is... Ooh, we are running out of location to check, so... Unless we start finding some good upgrades soon... We may have to do one of these other dungeons. Not too shabby, actually, game. That was pretty shabby. Actually, game. So there's 2 things we can do here, and then one thing we can do on the island, and then Volcano Island we can also do. I think that will be the end of the island checks. So we basically have 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, and Choo Choo Island we can go back to. So we've got 4 or 5 islands we can check before, and we still don't have access to the tower. So somewhere, did I already do this one? I feel like I did this. No, I didn't do this one. It wasn't marked on my tracker, but that's only because I questioned whether I'd actually done it. But I've done it.
While you're double checking, we did receive $10 from, I'm gonna do my best to pronounce this right, Kuroseilachi, who says the ocean bacon has been sinking.
Thank you. It has. Oh gosh.
We salt cured that bacon.
Oh yeah, it would be saltwater. Oh my gosh. Listen to me explaining the joke. Like... Oh gosh, it's such a me thing to do.
But now I'm wondering, like, is there such a thing as like sea salt bacon? Probably. There's so many types of like things in the world.
There's sea salt everything. There's probably Himalayan salt. it's such a...
Now there is bacon flavored salt.
Oh yeah. There's a lot. There's a lot of those.
Yes, but there is indeed bacon that has been salted with sea salt that you can buy.
Ah, there's that too. Oh gosh. I need some water, son. Alright.
And in true marathon like tradition, I am now like on like a completely random website. I'm now on Salt Traders looking at different types of salts.
Salt Traders. Oh my gosh, that sounds like a website I would absolutely enjoy, because I probably consume way too much salt. I love salt. But I've never had any blood pressure problems, so doesn't seem to be that big a deal. I drink lots and lots of water, which is one of the ways to offset if you drink too much salt. Or eat too if you drink too much salt, you're gonna have a problem.
If you drink too much salt, yeah, there's gonna be some other problems going on.
Don't do that. Oh yeah, celery salt's a thing. I actually use that quite often when I'm making any
Our salt selection on Salt Traders are sea salt, flavored and infused salt, truffle salt, smoked salt, pink salt, flake salt, chili and spice salts, herb salts, and sea salt tower. Okay, so like collections of different blends of salt. You can have like a salt sampler.
Salt sampler. For some reason, I just want them to come in like block form. Oh hey, it's the Master Sword. Yay! That's an upgrade. Still doesn't give us progress, but it gets us in-game progress, so that's good.
Now, is that all 3 of the sword upgrades?
Yep, I guess, yeah, I see. It's actually 3 sword upgrades, because we actually didn't start the game with 1, so there's 4 swords you actually find in this. You find the base sword, and then you get the other 3 upgrades to it. So we have completed the sword. We still don't have all the Triforce pieces, though. And we still don't have the last pearl, so we can't even enter the last dungeon yet. So we're on a quest to look for how do we even get into that dungeon right now. Four swords inside the randomizer. This randomizer actually gets extremely large if you randomize all locations. It can take a lot of time. Creole cooking. That's what I use celery salt for. Oh my gosh, I couldn't think of the name. It just popped in my head. Which is not something you see very often in Sweden.
I can imagine.
All right, let's get this bird going. There's a cool skip here you can do, but I've never successfully done it, so I'm just gonna do the bird tactic. And instead of practicing skips and tricks and stuff beforehand, I just basically tried to practice being consistent with combat and like just motion in general. You know, things that are... If you don't go for the skips, all the rest is what you need to do, so... Skips can be nice, but... It's also just being consistent with the game can get you a long way. These birds are being heavy jerks today, too. Oh my gosh! What? It just flew right past it. Didn't even hit the switch, bird. No! They really are being jerk birds. Alright. That's why I bought so many of these. Nothing to fear. 20 seconds later, one fear. Goal now is the last one on top. Don't. Nope, I missed. And you don't want to turn too fast. You kind of have to take wide turns with these birds, because if you do turn too quickly, they are faster than you and will catch you. Nice. And now we just leave them to their fate. They do continue as a bird flying around and will usually die, which is sad, but it's the truth. We possess a bird to send it to its death, apparently, which is very sad.
I'm not sure any of this is ethical.
It's not.
We shouldn't be questioning the ethics of Zelda games. That sounds like way too deep of a dive. That's over our pay grade.
Nothing the less that we're just going around and murdering everything else in the world and throwing pigs in the ocean. But that one bird, that's where we draw the digital line.
Yes. No, here's the thing. The pig was perfectly fine after we tossed the pig into the ocean. The pig just got wet. That's it.
Yeah, you know, that's fair. Look, we didn't actually see what happened to the bird, so it's all speculation at this point. Maybe the bird is totally fine. Out of sight, out of mind. To Volcano Island we go. Pig is swimming back to shore. How do we know that the pig doesn't have the same drowning meter that we do? And that they looked fine at first, but they weren't going to make it?
Oh, their snout was over the edge of the water. They were fine. They are extremely buoyant.
Yeah, okay. I give you that. They were extremely buoyant. Considering how slow they fell to the ground. What am I doing? Shooting the bottom of the volcano.
Buddy, she's saying that I should do a 20-part lecture series about the ethics of the Zelda series. Now, I don't know the Zelda series that well enough to do that. Now, you want to talk about the ethics of the Final Fantasy series? Maybe.
That's very much me in the Ultima series, really. I can tell you all about the non-ethics in the Ultima series.
Yeah, I'm about to say, like, isn't the Ultima series supposed to be about ethics, and then it just ain't?
It really is, but like, it is if you play them. If you speedrun them, it's completely the opposite.
Gotcha.
Like, oh, they are horrible.
I like how we've just condensed this down to speedrunners are unethical. I mean, I can't say nothing. In the game I played, you know, we may have, you know, been part and parcel to an apocalypse. It's fine.
The way I view it is, like, you know, we're trying to save the world, right? Like in these games, typically. So
Yeah.
the faster you do it, maybe there's gonna be some casualties along the way, but you're probably saving more lives.
Yeah. See, Kura in chat. Gotta go fast, not gotta be ethical.
You have gotta go fast. You're an ethical speedrun-a-thon.
That actually would be kind of cute, like a all pacifist run marathon.
Oh yeah, there's a Zelda 2 pacifist run that I think only one person maybe have done. I've been wanting to try it myself. The problem is Ultima 6 is pacifist, but it's still unethical, so that doesn't do anything. Like, because in that game, like, you can do things that lie to children, which is pretty unethical. That would be a really interesting idea for a marathon, though. Or at least a block. A little pacifist block or something, yeah.
I mean, I guess you could include, like, games that are just by their very nature on the pacifist side. I don't know, wait, I was about to say Stardew Valley, but I'm like, no, you usually have to go into the mines for, like, Stardew Valley runs, don't you? And, like, start, like, you know, hacking up slimes and everything.
I honestly couldn't tell you. I don't know much about
I don't know. Kay's the one who speedruns Stardew Valley.
So, honestly, have run out of checks to do, effectively. So at this point, I'm going to go to Forsaken Fortress. And oh, there's one more check I can do. Oh my gosh. Before I do this, which will be a long detour, there is one more I can do. So the map tracker I use was updated, but it actually has a couple of glitches in the update that hide some of the checks for you. So I can't see some of the ones I would normally. So I have to remember there are a couple checks that are not tracked that I have to mentally track. And this is one of them. I almost forgot it. So we're gonna go over here. And hopefully get some form of progress. Yeah, this was weird because when the map tracker updated, this was lost. This island no longer is tracked at all.
Oh, that's weird.
But they fixed some other bugs, so I guess it was just introduced as a new bug in the tracking, so hopefully they fix it soon. It's kind of unfortunate because I think there's 3 checks here. 4? I think there's 4 checks here, actually. So, not having 4 checks on your map. And you have to come back here because it's not a... there's 1 open check, 2 checks that require bombs, and 1 check that requires a grapple hook. So you sometimes have to triple dip this dungeon too, so... Makes it even more not good that it's missing on the tracker. Oh, hey. We need that to beat the game. So, glad I remembered to come here.
Hooray, memory!
And the other check would be up here. We're just gonna climb to the top and check this last one and see what is it. And if it's not what we need, we'll be going to Forsaken Fortress. If it is what we need, I think we're technically in go mode after that. still have a whole dungeon to do, but we will be in go mode, I believe. And it is what we need, so good. We didn't have to go to Forsaken Fortress. Oh, we're not in go mode. What am I talking about? We still need a Triforce piece. So I believe that the Triforce piece is required to be in the next dungeon because the boss always has a progression item in the 3 dungeons that you need to, and it's the only progression item we're missing, so.
I mean, that does make logical sense.
It does. I could be completely wrong, and it doesn't show up there, but I'm pretty sure I remember reading that in the wiki. Alright, let's go to what I call the Temple of the Tiny Gods, but what is actually called the Tower of the Gods. It's just called Tower of the Gods, but I like calling it Tower of Tiny Gods, because there's these little statues that you get to control and move them around, like, and so they look like these little tiny god characters. It's really huge tower. We're gonna go up. This is an interesting part, is I actually forget that you actually do see the top outside of this tower, because there's ledges that come off of it. But by the time, most of the time, you spend all of your time in the tower, and by the time you actually come out at the top, I'm completely not paying attention to the fact that I'm in a tower anymore and forget that I should look around and enjoy it. Maybe it's also probably because I'm playing a randomizer, and when do you actually stop to look at me and enjoy anything in a randomizer?
Exactly. I mean, I get happy when people play Free Enterprise and they'll stop and be like, oh, I really like this character's palette. I'm like, good, I'm glad. I worked hard on that.
It's really cool when people do appreciate that sort of thing for certain.
Yeah.
Alright, so first things, we're gonna break open some wall. Oops. Yeah, okay, we got it. And then last one. Oh. Oh. There we go. Do. I normally do these in a particular order, so let's start with this one. This would be normally, I think, about the midpoint of the game. When you reach this tower. We would come here somewhere around the center, and then after this you do the earth and wind temples. I think there's only 2 dungeons left in the base game after this. There's a key. I should probably open the tracker for this dungeon so I can track all the keys and chest. There we go. Wee.
But as we're making our way through, I will give another quick reminder that we do have a run with incentives coming up after this one. So remember, we have Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu, which is going to be run by the absolutely wonderful Leggy Starscream. We are still taking donations for naming the player and also naming the rival, and to name our Starmie, I will double check, see where those are at right now. Believe the rival's name is actually wide open. So we have, right now, our Starmie is going to be named Ultraman, and our player is going to be named Ash, but if you would like to change that, you can go over, I will drop the link in chat to remind everyone. Also, I'm assuming Kay's the one who did this. Our incentives sheet is bilingual this year, because we are also being shown by Japanese restream. Ya minasan. I'm going to try and do my best because I love the way Faye wrote out the Pikachu incentive, which is going to do my best. So it's Torao Ginkaku de Pikachu no atama wo nande suru, and then there's like this cute little like kalmoji. It's super cute.
That sounds
I
amazing.
at least appreciated that detail, Kay.
That sounds really cute.
I just like nande suru. Such a cute term for patting something on the head. So cute. I remember playing was it Sonic Heroes, I think it was, and they had like the Chow Garden in that one, and I was just kind of curious, so I swapped like the voices to Japanese. I just remember like how cute it would be, like Knuckles would go over to the little Chows and be like yosh yosh yosh, and I'm like, ah, it's so cute. I love those cute onomatopoeia sounds.
First interaction with Charles was in Sonic Adventures 2 on the Dreamcast.
Yeah, my brother. Yeah, we did not have a Dreamcast growing up, so I think we kind of. I know for sure we definitely played a decent amount of Sonic Heroes. My brother was more the Sonic fan than I was.
I didn't have access to any of them. We had no Sega products, but thankfully some of my friends did. So.
Yeah, we had a Genesis, and that was about it. What systems did Sonic Heroes come on?
No, don't do that. What am I doing?
GameCube, PS2, and Xbox. I don't know if we played on GameCube or PS2. One or the other. Something like that.
I just realized I made this harder for myself than it needed to be, but whatever. We have fire arrows.
Also, yes, to Lord Barbershop. I'm sorry, it's not Hey You Pikachu. It's Let's Go Pikachu.
Let's go Pikachu.
Can you speedrun Hello Pikachu? Oh, sorry, Hey You Pikachu.
Hey you.
That's the one with all the voice commands. Isn't there that like sci-fi game that's like all voice commands? I know I've seen it played, but I cannot remember it.
The name of that game slips me, but I remember it.
Yes, same.
You control it from it's a Lifeline, I think?
I think it's Lifeline. I think that's it. I just remember that the voice controls are like super jank.
Yeah, it was one of the first games that did that, from what I remember.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I definitely appreciate games that, even if they're not perfect, that at least they're trying. And that's sort of like how I feel about like a lot of media. I will give a big pass to something that isn't perfect, but is at least trying to be something different.
Yeah, I agree with that. I've definitely enjoyed some games that were pretty bad, but I actually liked them because they were doing something really unique. For anyone who's wondering what we're kind of doing here, too, just as a quick catch-up, we, oops. Of course. Basically, to open the gates into the center of the dungeon, I'm gonna have to go around and move a bunch of statues to open it up. So that's kind of what I'm doing in these side rooms. Other than just getting chests, there are some statues I need to line up so we actually open the center. That's about it. It's a simple explanation. But yeah, I agree, like, I think, I had a fondness for a lot of really goofy games when I was a kid, too. Like, stuff that was, like, clearly bad, but for some reason I enjoyed them. Back before you're critical of anything, I suppose. Like, Yo Noid on the NES. Not a good game, but I loved that game when I was a kid.
Trying to think of any games that I have like that. I mean, definitely like other types of media for sure.
And I suppose here we actually have a lot of people who actually really like playing in the Zelda series, the CDI games, and those are traditionally considered pretty bad.
I mean, having seen Zelda CDI all cutscene percent runs, those are really fun.
They're fun and goofy, yeah. But for people who are casually playing them, I don't know if the experience is the same.
Just don't experience it casually. There you go. Problem solved. Yeah, I'm trying to think of a game that is. The thing is, I am so like biased in my opinions that it's hard for me to tell when something should be considered to be objectively bad. Now this is going to be my my sort of challenge, is to think of a game I can talk about.
We've unlocked the center of the dungeon now, so we've done the first portion. We'll be entering the second portion now.
Okay, maybe not objectively bad, but definitely very different. I do remember being a kid and playing the Sesame Street, like regular Nintendo games, and really enjoying those when I was like little. And I wonder if, like, with like the Fisher-Price games, if there are a speedrunning community for that. I wouldn't be surprised.
I would not be surprised at all. There's speedruns for the, oh gosh, there's a Lego, Island game, I think it's called Lego Island.
Oh, yeah.
There's speedruns for all sorts of games. I'm always shocked. I'm actually shocked when I find a game that doesn't have a speedrun that I could find.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I know there's a game coming out later, hopefully later this year. They've been working on it for a while, and I am like really excited for it, but also I'm looking at this game like I have no idea how it's ever going to get speedrun routed because of how complicated the routing is going to be on it. Also, Genesis Barney, zero controller. Zero controller. How does that work?
I think the Barney speedrun for that game literally doesn't require you to do any inputs. It's just a long cutscene, effectively.
Okay then. Okay, then.
I mean, it's not exactly that it's a long cutscene, but yeah, it's it doesn't require inputs if played perfectly. Oh my gosh. We jumped into the void. Kind of doing these fairly standard. I'm going to be using some small skips. Like I said, this is a mostly glitchless run, so that's why the estimate is so high. Trying to avoid a lot of the glitches. Not 100% glitchless, obviously, with the pig. Oh my gosh, I threw it at the wall. Dungeon has had some longer parts that are going to be pretty just sort of like moving statues around. And I'm actually not sure. I feel like this is sort of in the middle of dungeons for me in the game. It's not my least favorite dungeon, but it's definitely not my favorite.
It is just very dungeon.
Yeah, I think the reason that this one kind of is a little like not as cool to me as some of the other ones is it's fairly linear. Like you kind of have to do things in a certain order. Which the speedrunner in me always wants to do things in a very in not the order that you would expect to have things done. Nope, wrong way, Squibbs. Getting your left and rights mixed up. What do you mean there's nothing? It's right there. I forgot to call it. Oh my gosh. Alright, buddy, let's go. There's a cool skip on the floor you can do to grab it through the floor. I've yet to ever do it. It's apparently super easy to do. And I've never pulled it off, so...
Literally, you just have to act like, you know, like you don't want to do it.
Pum pum. And these are the little tiny gods I'm talking about. Little statue things that just bounce around.
They're very cute.
They are. They have a little charm to them. Hop, hop, hop. They're little like rabbits. Hop, hop. Oh, I think that one's a ram, but I think the next one is a rabbit. And then we get this item. So this is normally where you learn this melody, which is called the command melody. We learned it just through finding it randomly in the world earlier. But
I think we got it in the mail.
that maybe yes, that is correct. Actually, we did get it in the mail.
You took a correspondence course.
Goodbye, tablet. I hope you have a good life. I don't know. I have to assume the tablet's possessed and alive too if the statues are. Can't make an assumption here. Yeah, I think I can do this in this order. Alright, so I will try and do one trick here. See if I did it right.
Oh yeah, this one is a bunny.
Nope, I didn't do it right. Alright, well.
or are they? What are you, friendo? You're not. Are you a bunny?
It's hard to tell.
Are you an antelope?
We're
just gonna say you're a bunny.
Yeah. No, not that song. No. Oh my gosh. They're a, maybe they're a bunalope.
Oh, a jackalope.
There you go. Yeah, jackalope. There's an actual word for this.
Yes, or I know in Europe they have the Vorpaltingers.
Oh yeah.
Which is like a rabbit that has wings and the antlers and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, well this one doesn't have wings, so it can't be a Vorpaltinger, but it can be a jackalope.
What if it was a baby version?
Oh, that's true, before the wings... I don't know, do wings grow... It's like, are they like bird wings? Are they like insect wings? We have to kind of like establish some ground rules with the Vorpaltingers.
I'm just thinking in this case, like... Well, no, it was a horrible visage of, like, it being, a cocoon and it's gonna, like, grow out. It's like just... It'll leave the statue and become a larger thing. But I like jackalope. I'm going with jackalope.
Jackalope works.
There we are. Magic. Wait. Oh. Wait. What? Oh no, Squibbs. Please. Why you don't do this in this order? Our little statue. No, buddies! I think that resets the statue too. Does it? Oh, yes, it does. Oh my gosh. Please. Boop. That statue's got some sass. Look at that. Like,
That is a lot of sass.
that is a sassy statue. Oh, look, it's one of these. Now these are really challenging. Like, they can take a while. They're like, as soon as when you start playing the game, like these can be some of the most challenging enemies to fight. The Dark Nuts, as is tradition in Zelda games. But light arrows.
But light arrows.
But light arrows. There's different colors of those. They come in different difficulties. I think the pink/red ones are the hardest. Like a sort of maroony color. I believe the silver ones are the easiest. Alright, so we have done everything we need to do here to move on to the next part of the dungeon. So part 3 of the dungeon is unlocked. So we're kind of just unlocking parts of the dungeon as we move along, like... And this part, I guess we're not... Yeah, so this kind of wing is a pain. It's a statue balancing puzzle. So we throw statues on this. I believe it's 3. And then we can cross. But we actually need to do 2 other things first. I hope that's gonna reset, isn't it? That was silly of me. I just did the statue puzzle for no reason. It'll reset.
Oh no.
So this is kind of a skip we can do to make this real. Whoa, hey! I was talking about skips, not getting hit by you, buddy. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa.
Easy, bro. Easy. Jeez. The skeleton's just like all up in our grill.
Never mind.
I mean literally.
Like, oh, what were you doing, buddy? Alright, where'd you go? I'm gonna take them out from a distance so we don't have to deal with them again. Alright. Yeah, that was bad RNG. Donk. Just more treasure charts. We are still looking for 1 Triforce piece, I think, is the only thing we need now. I would love an extra heart. Like, we're going into the end game with very little extra health, so I would be completely grateful for more, oh my gosh, health. But if not, we will deal with this. So the way the progression randomizer kind of works is that most of the non-progression items, such as heart pieces and that sort of thing, are not included in the progression pool. They're the parts that get swapped out to other areas, so the other dungeons and locations will have things like the heart pieces. We do run into them occasionally on during our play because there's not enough progression items to fill all the spots we've selected, but it is not likely that we'll find too much more health in this run.
So the low health runs are really common on these settings, huh?
Extremely common.
Gotcha.
I've definitely had to fight Ganon at 3 hearts, so it does happen. Which is good because I've actually practiced for it, so I'm not super worried about that. And I keep missing this platform. Ay, ay, ay. Oh my gosh. I don't know if I've ever missed this.
That says like bombs?
It's really
Bombs?
easy. There we go.
It's really easy. It's just like eating a pig.
Yep. Yeah, apparently the things I'm like struggling the most with today are the absolute simplest things. Of course. As you would expect. Alright, so we did that. We did this. We did that. We did that one. No, 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 no! I'm gonna assume though, as we said earlier, the boss is gonna have the Triforce piece. Because the boss must have progression, and I honestly think that's the only progression item left. Alright, we will cross this one more time. Well, actually, 2 more times. We have to cross it once to get a thing over there, and then cross it again on the way back. Physics! Thankfully, oh, yeah, if anyone was here earlier, you'll remember the absolute nightmare that was physics in the tree, the Forsaken Woods. We just gave up on.
Physics machine broke.
Yeah, it just was gone. Well, that didn't work. No, alright. Just do it this way. Because it's just getting in the way anyway. Maybe the reason that it didn't work in the Forsaken Woods is, or the Forbidden Woods, is because they were pigsics. And,
Exactly.
they were already.
You just didn't have enough pig.
Yeah. Should have brought the pig with us. There's a cool skip to get through this room quickly, but I failed it, so we just did it normally. As I did say earlier, though, I didn't practice the cool skips and stuff because what I really wanted to focus on was just making sure that I could consistently get through the game and not, you know, have a very, very off time for my estimate, because that would be very bad. This is a randomizer that I really only got into over the summer, so I'm fairly new to it overall. I quite enjoy it though. I think it's a super fun randomizer.
Yeah, it's been really fun to watch.
It's very relaxing. Almost too relaxing at times. Like, I don't know what, like, I watch people race it, and it's a different story because races are like 100% glitches allowed, so everything is just complete chaos, and they're teleporting and clipping all over the place, and that looks like it could be pretty stressful to do all that under pressure in a race, but generally, it was a pretty relaxing run, I think, which I like. Alright, we are now entering the final part of the dungeon.
That one like a cow, I guess? Yeah, that one's a cow.
Yeah, that definitely looks like a
Cow or a buffalo. They're of the bovine variety.
There we go, some magic. Now we go upstairs to the boss room.
It's a elevator, like a loom. It's a light, like instead of like an actual elevator. It's just made out of light and magic.
The magic elevator, made of light.
Kitty.
Yeah, she woke up. She was on my desk during the run, and then she woke up and went downstairs and started meowing. She's like, it's time to pay attention to me. I'm like, nope, sorry, kitty. Later, though. Lots of attention later. Like, just cute little music for getting absolutely nothing there. And you get nothing. I can't remember the quick way to kill these things. I never do it. That's fine. That's all I needed. And now I need to kill these two things. Boop. Alright, let's go. I think this is the staircase to the boss room. Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? Alright, fine. I'm failing all of these jumps. Which is it's the little things that I'm failing today. I don't know why. Alright, fine, buddy. Have arrows. It's probably marathon nerves. We can blame it on marathon nerves. Actually, this next boss, I think it's called the Godon Heart. No, sorry, the Godon, not the Heart. It's just, why did I have Heart? I think it's just called Godon. They're like, sort of like a big guardian keeper. You don't actually kill them, you just sort of defeat them. It's like a challenge battle. There's a very cool quick kill that I've never pulled off on this boss.
Oh, they're like that Kirby boss. Wait, what's the one? There's also a Four Swords boss that's like this.
Oh, I think so. Gosh, I played Four Swords when it came out, but I haven't played since. I actually don't remember much about that game. Oh my gosh. Okay. This does remind me of the Star Fox boss.
Like this is like a type of trope or something.
How dare they?
How dare they?
Oh, I missed.
Dare they use tropes?
Alright, well we get nose arrows. So weird. If you run out of arrows, the boss gives you arrows by shooting them out of the nose. You'd think that most bosses in these games would like get their act together and just remove like all the pots or things laying around that have items in them. Why do we keep these pots that have health in the room that we're gonna be faulting? That should be it. The path can now be opened. I want to say this is what unlocks in the vanilla game access to the underwater Hyrule area to get you that part of the story. And there's our Triforce. But like I said, it's been a while since I played the base game, so... Alright. I think it's Ganon time.
Oh dang.
We're coming in a little faster than I thought we would, but it's hard to predict with Randomizer, especially when this long. It's, I guess it's better to be earlier than later. Because now we just need to turn around and cruise our way back into this. Doot, 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 doot. Because we're ahead of time, I'm going to do a couple extra checks here just to see if there's an item.
Okay.
Just in case we get a heart container or something.
Yeah, there we go.
That could be useful.
Yes. Let's look for some hearts.
They're pretty handy. Especially when we're going in there with only a few hearts left. I was really worried I was going to super overestimate. I'm actually been quite shocked the seed has been so kind. Oh, I only have one arrow. Oh, this is actually going to be a fight. Alright. We can simplify part of it, but not the whole thing. Wait, oh, I didn't have my sword out. The bow. There we go. Hope we get some more arrows from this, because that would be good. There's plenty of arrows before the end, but it would speed things up. Oh. They might fade away in the cutscene. I don't think they respect the cutscene. Alright, what do we get? Anything good? It's the fourth piece of heart container! Nice!
Yay! We get some hearts.
Well then. Oops. Can't believe I went the wrong way. So basically, the reason we need the Master Sword is fully upgraded is for this, so that we can actually defeat this wall.
Is it an evil wall?
It is a giant evil bubble, I suppose. We gotta pop the bubble. Oh, it's not a bubble. It's just a cylinder. It's less exciting. For some reason, I always imagine this being a sphere. The this has a really cool background in the speedrunning community, though. For the longest time, the record was kind of about 4.5 to 5 hours, like in that range. That was like the records. And people were looking for a way to skip that particular barrier forever, because it was known that if they could skip that barrier, it would cut so much of the game out.
Right. I kind of heard a little bit about this.
Yeah, and it was just a few years ago they discovered it, called barrier skip, which is basically exactly what it says it does. Like, it skips the barrier. Requires some really precise character collision alignment and camera alignment, but if done right, you get to skip the barrier, and all the modern 80% speedruns use it. I remember that the day that was, I don't remember the exact day it was found, but I remember keeping track of everything as the updates were coming in, because it was like super interesting. I wasn't even running the game, I was just super interested in like people finding really new cool tech that's cutting like 3 hours off a run. That's pretty significant. Yeah, and Cloudy Shoe's correct. They had to find different ones for different versions of the game. Alright, so we're moving into the Ganon Chambers. Well, I'm sorry for coming in too quick over estimate. I guess we were 8 minutes behind, but we'll be a little bit ahead now. Seed was much kinder than expected. I think my practice seeds were like 437, 439, 530 something, which was really stressing.
Oh, wow.
That was stressing me out. Like, I was like, oh no, please. That's Phantom Ganon, so that's Ganon number 1 that we have to defeat in this palace. It's time to count the Ganons.
Alright, so we had the pig, so that's 1.
Yep. And then we had 2 there, because that was Phantom Ganon. So, defeated 2 Ganons. Yeah, that room that we just killed Phantom Ganon in is where we would normally get these, the light arrows. And you can see why they're so OP. Yeah, are all these Ganons? This is just a staircase of Ganons. Just like yesterday. Everything's the same now. They're all Ganon.
Instead of all being Zool, everything's just Ganons.
Yep, these pots are Ganons. Gotta kill them all. Kill the 4 Ganons.
I mean, that's how it feels like in some like Zelda games where you're like going through. You're like, it's a different villain. It's not Ganon this time. No, of course it's Ganon.
It's always Ganon. Everything's Ganon.
It wasn't in 4 Swords. Vaati got to do the whole thing. So good on you, Vaati.
Vaati's Ganon in disguise.
It's Vaati. It's Ganon is behind it with Vaati and one of the other games.
I actually really like Vaati as a bad guy for you.
Here's the thing. I like Vaati in it's Minish Cap. Sorry, Minish Cap.
Yeah.
That's the one. Where it's just like Vaati just wanted to be tall, and for some reason being tall made him evil. You're just like, what? Like, that's it. He just had, like, a lot of ambition. And he was only restricted by the fact that he was not tall. As soon as he got tall, he's like, well, time to cause problems on purpose.
Oh no. Huh. Keep. Oh. Not what I wanted.
I'm not saying that all tall people are bad. I'm just saying in Body's particular case, when he became tall, for some reason he also just decided he wanted to cause problems.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe I missed that. Well... What? Alright, well, I guess I'm good. I'm glad we have more time, because apparently I'm flopping at Ganon today. I just... What? What? Alright, cool, I guess. Never mind. Never mind, child. Never mind. Gosh. Alright, bats, give me some health. Apparently, just failed miserably at Ganon, so... It's fine. We've got health. There we go. Honk. Puppet Ganon. Okay, I'll just blame my anxiety on it. Definitely not get good mode. Yeah, I'm not too worried. I'm not worried actually about losing. They'll just continue spawning bats at us and give us basically infinite items. So if we ever get low, we kill bats, and then we keep going like that. Magic. Got it. Missed. So I really recommend looking up really good players on this battle, because people who are super well practiced in some of the top end runners, like, have some really cool quick kills on this boss where they just basically aim at where that tail's flipping back and forth in the air and able to hit it. Just some good timing. It's really cool looking. I am not those people. I'm just gonna make it more exciting for you. There's some really cool tech in this final area, and I definitely recommend checking it out. Oh my gosh, that! Cool. Oh, I'm out of magic. Or, wait, what? What happened to my magic arrows? Didn't run out of magic at all.
Yeah, you definitely totally have magic.
Yeah, like, for some reason, I guess I pressed the button. I said nerves. Yeah, I think I did. I think I switched to the wrong thing. What's this? More Ganons. How many pigs are in this game? Can we yeet this pig?
Oh, that's right. This is the spider pig?
It's Spider Pig. too long fighting the bats. Oh no, it's way too far away. Oh my gosh. I honestly have never had this many failures in this battle, so it's definitely not my day for the fight.
You're gonna get there. That's the important thing. You got this.
Yeah, and we're not under time pressure, so
Nope, we are not.
I'm not worried about that. Spider Pig is now going to turn into Snaky Worm Pig. Revenge of the Snaky Worm Pig. Oh, hey.
It can't be a spider snake, it's a big snake. The Forbidden Burger pig snake? No, isn't the Forbidden Burger? That's it. That's a Link Between Worlds.
Oh my gosh, almost. Okay, see. No, okay. Oh, I'm out of arrows. Wait, what? I was not prepared to be out of arrows. I'm learning a lot of new things about this run and myself during this run. Like, did I ever run out of arrows in this battle? Here we go, those two. Where'd you go, buddy? Got it. One thing I really like about this randomizer is that it's just a game I love, and so for me, there's this chill factor of just playing it, and it's really. I said this earlier, but I'm gonna say it again. When I first came to this randomizer, it took me a long time to start playing it because I thought it was gonna be really hard. Like, just because I came from like playing Ocarina of Time after. I mean, I played Zelda 2 randomizer and Zelda 1 randomizer and, like, you know, Zelda 3 randomizer, and I played Ocarina of Time before this one, and Ocarina of Time randomizer is pretty obtuse, like. But this one's pretty easy to get into. Like, it's not really hard to kind of learn where the locations are. The trackers are pretty good for it. Like, overall, I think it's definitely a very good randomizer, and it's not as hard. If you ever want to get into it, it's not as hard as you think it would be to get into, I think. Wee. Climb in the tower. And I have fallen off this tower before. It is a thing that happens. I don't think we need anything else at this point. I don't believe we use any other item other than the shield and the sword in the final battle. Oh my gosh, that was Moldorm. That was a Moldorm. I didn't even realize that.
Dun dun dun.
And for completely safety sakes, I'm gonna put a bomb here to unlock the ledge. So, if we die, we can come back. Because let's hope that doesn't happen. But it's a randomizer run. And it's a marathon, where we know anything can happen in a marathon. Alright.
Are we going to take the selfie with Ganon?
Ganon's
Wait, oh. Can you not do that in this
I know. Not that I know of.
version? Dang. But yes, Zelda and Gothia Zelda are going to work together to defeat Ganon.
Very traditional duo. The goth Zelda, or the goth and the one that wears the really fluffy fairy pink stuff.
Yeah.
It's a
like,
really common duo.
I don't know, that is like a legitimate, like, you know, sort of,
It's totally a trope.
oh, it's totally a trope. I just don't know, like, the term for it off the
Yeah,
top
I'm
of
trying
my
to think of it too.
I know other ones, like Red Oni, Blue Oni, but yeah, this definitely is also a trope.
It's also real. It's a trope that has basis in reality.
I mean, I know between me and my partner, I'm definitely the fluffier one, though I'm not, like, you know, super femme or anything.
Dichotomy. Oh yeah, maybe that's a good word for it.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, there's definitely...
There's something else though. It feels like there's a missing word here.
They're little, like, Betty and Veronica, but that's more... That's not quite it either. No, not Beauty and the Beast. That's a whole other trope, Kura. That duality, like I said, like the...
I'm sure there's some
oh
fan.
gosh, that's so cute. That's so close to what it is. It's
I'm sure there's some sort of fanfic term for this.
Oh, I know there is. Trust me, I'm on TV Tropes
yeah.
right now trying to figure this out.
Sorry, that was time. It just happened while we were playing.
Okay.
we were just talking about it and just doing the battle in the background. Didn't even pay attention.
I mean, that's also marathons.
This is it's funny too because it's one of my favorite boss battles in any Zelda. Just the setting along being on the ocean floor with the ocean walls around you and stuff is so cool. Well, that went a little faster than expected. So we're about 22 minutes ahead, I think, right now. Maybe a little... I don't actually know. How far ahead are we?
Well, I know this run... Yeah, it's about that sort of 20-ish minutes or so. Because I know this run was originally supposed to be ending around... a little after 4 o'clock. Hey, there's a link that does this for us. Yep.
This scene here, I know it's the ship talking to you, the boat, which actually happens to be the king, but it looks like the rock is talking to you. Even though the rock is Ganon, it's easy to forget that that's Ganon.
Why is there not a live action Zelda where Ganon is played by the rock? Why does that not exist? Excuse me? Excuse me?
Yeah, I guess the next run is supposed to start.
Yeah, in about 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, okay, so we're not too bad then. So, it's not too bad. It's better than being like an hour behind or something, which we would have had to cut, so. This is my favorite scene. You're actually shorter than the other Zelda. You're smaller than the other Zelda. Because she's supposed to fit more of the Link hitbox, so she's overall smaller. You don't really get to see it until then, but... Now we get the sad ending. The king is gonna stay underwater. And, let them go on to live on the overworld. Hyrule will stay buried forever. Thank you for the GGs. Thank you, thank you. It was very fun running this. I was super nervous about this, mostly because it's a relatively new game for me over the, last couple months, 2 or 3 months. Also the, the pure amount of runs I've gotten has been fairly little compared to other games I've run. But also just due to the fact that it's a randomizer, and I know randomizers have a huge variability in time, and even more so when it's a 4-hour randomizer. I'm actually pretty happy with this though, so I think it was very fun to do. And that's that. Like, there's nothing else on this one, so.
Alright, well, we will see about coordinating what's going to be happening up next. As a reminder, though, because it might have some extra bit of setup time, you still have a little bit of time to donate for Let's Go Pikachu. Do remember that we have a naming bid war available for that run. If you would like to name the player character, the rival character, or the Starmie, that is all pretty much, wide open. There are names already for the player and for Starmie, but there are no names right now for the rival character. So if you have a good name for a rival character, I think this is a fantastic time to put in. By the way, I did on TV Tropes find the name for the trope that we were just talking about.
Oh?
It is Light Femme and Dark Femme.
Oh. Yeah, it's so obvious.
It's so obvious! I thought I was going to have one of those, like over the top, like trope names, like Just Here for Godzilla. That's one of my favorite ones, where it's like you're watching like a sci-fi movie or traditionally a Godzilla movie, and like you don't care about the human plot at all.
Yeah.
You're just like, you just want to see Godzilla show up. That's it. But there we go. We got there.
Light Femme, Dark Femme.
Yes. Doesn't necessarily have to be, girlfriends or partners, but
But
it's always great when it is.
very true.
But
But
yeah.
yeah, I guess I'll just rotate over to the other screen real quick, and then
Yep.
cool.